Hello, everybody. Welcome to another exciting edition of Victory Never Sleeps. And happy first day of Yuletide. I hope you guys are surrounded by friends and family and cheer. Tonight, I've got returning for, I don't know, like third time or something, very special guest, good friend of mine, invaluable leader in the Aus True Folk Assembly, Whitten Clifford Erickson. He's going to join me, and you guys may notice we don't have a specific topic for tonight. I think the idea is to just have a good time with each other, with you, to answer questions if folks have them, talk a little bit about our year, a little about the year we've got to come, and to be in a celebratory spirit. So happy Yule and welcome. Cliff, how are the Ericksons doing this evening?
We are doing quite well. We were out doing some late minute, not quite last minute shopping for Yuletide celebrations, having family over the weekend. So we got back about an hour ago and quickly got set up for being, as I tell the kids, on TV today. And as I was telling you a little bit before the show, we usually on Mother's Night at the beginning of Yuletide, that's when we decorate our tree. So you'll notice behind me, the tree is up and lit, but we don't have our ornaments up or any of that yet. And we may share some of that with y'all as we do that through the evening. The kids are up getting a bath and probably some super adorable jammies on right now. We'll have to see if they're more or less adorable than yours, Matt. But yeah, I mean, it's Yuletide. It's funny how quickly it sneaks up on you. All the preparation, all of the Yuletide is going to be here soon, and then wham, we're at. So that's where we're at tonight, and I'm in a great mood. So you're all very lucky.
There you go. Yeah, it really does sneak up. I suppose in some ways that's a good thing as you get older, but in other ways, man, time flies. I often let things that I want to do, that I plan to do, I just don't quite get to them in time because it sneaks up. But this year, proud of myself. I've got two pig faces in my freezer, having folks over to celebrate at my Ulterior Gothic dinner. Those of you guys that may not know, every month I host a dinner at my house and try to find something interesting to cook and an interesting cocktail or something to share with folks. And this year we're going to try glog because you guys brought it on my radar couple of weeks ago when Swan and I talked about Yule. And at long last, I'm going to try Swan's idea for cooking up some pig faces. I think that'll be a fun party favorite. Did some research on it and was able to get some ordered pretty easy. So cultural note that I found out. So I live in Reno, Nevada, and we have a lot of Mexicans that live here, and they have a lot of Mexican carnicerias, I think they call them, like Mexican meat shops with other Mexican like grocery store stuff. I figured they might be able to help me because they do some butchering, but everyone I called immediately hung up on me when I asked if they had pig heads. So I think I stepped on a cultural faux pas. Might have caused some offense, but luckily the Caucasian butcher shop was able to hook me up, and I'm excited, and I will tell you guys how that turns out. Either way, it's going to be fun.
I hear the cheeks are what you want to go for.
The hog jowl. I didn't know it was a thing living in Alaska. It's a big thing down south. When I moved to Florida, December of 2014, they introduced me to the hog jowl, and it's delicious. If you slice it thin, it's like the best bacon you've ever had. It's amazing.
It sounds delicious. I would love to try it. I'm a culinary imperialist, is how I like to put it. Everybody's food should be our food, unless we think it's gross and we decide that we're going to pass on it. But
absolutely.
Yeah, I still have to stock up on a few things. I need to get myself some pickled herring and creamed herring and some of the other, Yuletide seafood type things. I passed on the smoked salmon this year, but there's all that world of stuff. I'm going on the inexpensive route this year, so no crab dips or anything like that.
Yeah, they've got a good salmon dip at Costco this time of year every year, so I think I'm going to get some of that too. It reminds me of home a little bit. It's been very hard to get into any kind of salmon outside of living in Alaska because, well, a couple of things. Growing up in Alaska, everyone has salmon in their freezer. Like it's a staple thing that's in the freezer that you have. And if you need salmon, your neighbor has plenty of salmon in their freezer, and it's all good and whatever. It'll break the bank trying to get salmon, any other way. I was spoiled with that. And the other thing, either, up there, I would get them either from fly fishing in the Kenai River or I'd get them dip netting in the Copper River. But Kenai or Copper River reds are just about the best in the world. Any of these very light pink, almost white farm salmon just don't have the same flavor.
Yeah, I've got to up my fishing game. I haven't been fishing really since I was in my early 20s. Don't think I've caught anything since I was a kid going fishing with my dad, but I live 2 miles from Lake Erie now, and there's a lot of opportunity there. And I don't mean to cause any controversies, but steelhead trout is one of the big fish to catch in this area. And if you've ever tried it, it's basically freshwater salmon. There's a scientific debate about whether or not they're the same species, and that the difference is that salmon go out to saltwater seas before they come back for spawning, whereas the steelhead trout stay in freshwater lakes. But otherwise, you'd be hard pressed to tell the difference if you had two fillets right next to each other. It's a pink meat. It's not like usually you think of trout and it's like white, right?
Yeah.
This is not like that. This looks like salmon. So I don't know why it's called trout, but anyway, they're all over the lake, so I should be catching them.
Absolutely. You should not only catch them, you should put one in your freezer and hand it off to me next time I see you. I'm anxious to try that.
Yeah, absolutely. But once I manage to catch them, I will let you know. Fortunately, there's a lot of good clubs and stuff like that around here for me to skill back up. So yeah, that's an exciting thing.
I've been really fortunate. I wasn't the point guy on most of that. I was always, I had family or friends that were set up real good for fishing. So I would go with them and happen to fish, as opposed to, going out by myself and making all the fishing happen. So I was able to use, other people's boats and other people's nets and other people's stuff. I was able to basically mooch my way through fishing in Alaska, but I appreciated it.
That's nice. Yeah. Last time I caught anything, it was like me and my dad, we went out and caught like 30 crappies. I spent more time cleaning them than eating them, but we kept them because they were big enough.
We used to dip net for subsistence salmon, 30 per family, I think. So, 30 per household. So if you went with a couple of different people, you could get, I went to one where we got 120 salmon, in the course of 2 days. And hearts are pretty good, but it's kind of a, waste if you're just getting a couple to get a couple of hearts out of them. But if you get, big number like that, we got the fish hearts and fried them up like you would chicken hearts, and that was delicious.
Nice. Looks like Yule ornaments starting to go up.
Ooh.
That blue ball that Owen showed you all, by the way, was a gift from folk builder Mike Melillo to our family when we went to his home for his Yuletide celebration this past weekend. Every family that was there got one from him, I believe, and it's a blue glass ball with an Irminsul on it. It's very nice.
That's awesome.
We're starting to have quite the collection of proper Yule ornaments, Asatru themed ornaments that myself and Katie started to collect over the years, to the point now where we don't have any real generic ornaments that go up anymore, which is nice. Except a few for the kids. I think we have like a Scooby-Doo ornament somewhere.
Excellent. So producer Nick wants me to plug a few things at the top of the show. We are broadcasting live on YouTube, on Entropy, on VK, Odyssey, Rumble, Twitter, and Twitch, which I'm not very familiar with. Yeah, we're all those places. If anybody on those listening on, if anybody's on those platforms listening right now, we are glad to have you in the audience, and we have people monitoring those. So please feel free to ask any questions. We can get those questions answered and include y'all in the conversation. If anybody wants to be involved in any kind of donations or monetizing those questions, any donations and certainly any questions attached to donations we'll put to the front of the line. The ways to do that are in the show description and on the little scanny thing that Nick just put up. And there's lots of fun and exciting and perhaps obnoxious ways to do those things, and they're very much appreciated. We got a lot of really important things we're trying to accomplish. Going through some stuff with Nick and our tech guys, it would be super duper helpful if everybody listening to this, if you like it, if you appreciate it, if you just want to inflict it upon more people, to like, share, subscribe. The more subscribers you get on the different platforms, the more the algorithm feeds them to more people, but also the more cool stuff you can do with it. But some of those levels of being able to get this seen in different ways require certain numbers of subscribers. On YouTube, for instance, we are getting very, very close to 3,000 subscribers. We've got 2,960 as of the start of this broadcast. I'll check with Nick because my screen is tiny, but I see we got a donation right now. That's awesome. I will acknowledge you properly, donor, as soon as Nick gets it in my queue here. And I think there's anything else at the top of the program. Okay, so one thing. Oh, actually, cool. It just came through. Daniel Skinner, thank you so much. $10 donation. Says, hail the gods, hail the folk. Baldur's Hoff is the best Hoff. Question for y'all. Why do you think so many find the gods in prison? Cliff, do you have any theories on that?
Well, I've never been in prison, so I don't have an experienced perspective on that, but I've worked with some of our members who have been, and I have some relatives who have been in prison, although they didn't find the gods while they were there. And thank you, Daniel, for the donation and for asking that. I think perhaps a reason why so many of our folk find the gods while they're in prison is because they need to. It's not, there's a lot of scenarios outside of prison where when people, fall on hard times, because of either family issues or, substance abuse issues, financial issues, where that makes them, I think, more primed to be open to hearing the call of their ancestors, which would in turn lead to them hearing the call of our most ancient ancestors, the Aesir. Also, just as a practical matter, it happens that Asatru or Odinism, as it's probably called, there more is fairly prominent in the prison population. So if you find yourself there, your odds of getting exposed to it are, I think, greatly increased.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's weird that this question comes up. I was just talking to James Alt earlier this evening. He's the guy that runs our prison ministry program. And we were talking about, some things coming up for a couple of institutions. For one, we're helping to, I suppose it requires a little bit of explanation, but I guess not much. In order for guys who are incarcerated to have one of their, they get a certain number of religious feasts, like religious special meals they're able to have per year. And in order to do that, they need an outside sponsor. So we were helping out some guys in Folsom be able to do that. And I'm planning to go and actually be at their feast with them if I can get that squared away here on the 26th. So I am looking forward to doing that, but it's something that's been kind of on my mind today. Like I mentioned, talking to James. Again, I've been fortunate, and being incarcerated has not been part of my life experience, and I hope that remains that way. I have gone in and done ritual with folks who've been incarcerated a few times now. And of course I've interacted with a lot of guys that have had that in their past. Necessity is such an important thing. It's such an important factor when life gets it's a similar reason, I think, to the expression "there's no atheists in foxholes." When life gets very life or death and things get very serious, there is a natural recourse to seeking the divine and reevaluating your life. I also think that being in a situation like prison, a lot of the distractions of the free world aren't available. And there's a lot of time to focus. There's a lot of time to read. There's a lot of time to reevaluate who you are, why you are the way you are, what you want out of life. And so it's a really nice thing, but you'll find it's not just absolutely true. I mean, prison, not a lot of atheists in prison. Prison is where people find prison Jesus or prison Allah or whatever the case might be. But prison has always been a very fertile ground for people to find religion, and ours is certainly very well represented, numerically very well.
Oh, we need one right here.
Yeah, so I appreciate your donation, Daniel, and I appreciate you kind of getting us started tonight. I know we got some questions stacking up, and I figure we will get to those. One of the goals that I'd really like to achieve, one of the goals I'd really like to achieve in 2024, and I think that it's apropos to talk about this when Cliff's on here with me. We are very excited about getting Freysoft. I know you guys have been hearing about that for a while. It's something that we're very, very excited to do. And the first step in that has always been to clear our debt for Njordsoft. that puts us in the spot to start making things happen and getting Freyshöf. And the distance between that debt clearing and us getting Freyshöf is much, much smaller than, you know, anything that comes before that. So we are, as of this last month, we dipped below $100,000 of remaining debt. If you see that, the nice, pretty green graphic on this thermometer, for those of us listening as a podcast, you can't see it, but so you know, there is well over 60 some odd % of that thing taken care of. We have paid off somewhere around $146,000 of that debt, got about $99,000 remaining. And with your guys' generosity and your help, that's something very attainable in 2024, is to go ahead and get on the other side of that debt. And then we are in a spot where at that point we are looking at properties and seriously evaluating the particulars of what we're doing for Freyshöf. So I want to get us there. And I think that if we try really hard, we can in 2024. We'll get there regardless, but we'll get there a lot faster if everybody is pitching in and helping out. So we would encourage everybody who can to help us with that. And I thank you ahead of time.
Katie and I are very excited to be hitting the road looking at properties for Freyshöf again. I remember, I mean, gosh, it was probably 4.5 or 5 years ago now when we were looking for properties that could have possibly been Thorshof. Before the Thunder found his best home in North Carolina, because we weren't the only ones looking. But it's really exciting when you're in that mode of checking out properties, trying to get everything, you know, but also being realistic and assessing what the needs of our local congregation will be, and, you know, whether a property is realistic both on the high end and the low end. Yeah, so that's going to be very exciting to get our teeth back into that kind of property hunt. Are you excited about Freyshöf? Who's excited about Freyshöf? They're excited about Freyshöf.
Good, they should be. I am too, and I'm silly, even though knowing that the things that are currently on the market will likely not be on the market then, I still look every single month at what our options look like. If nothing else, it gives me kind of an idea of what's out there at what price point. But that part of the country, that Western Pennsylvania, Eastern Ohio area, has always been very, very appealing with the kind of real estate available for this house. So I'm very excited about it, and we will certainly keep everybody updated as we get closer. But I appreciate you guys all being a part of getting us there and making that happen for Lord Frere. First question we've got tonight, first non-monetized question we got tonight, is coming to us. I forget the route it's coming to us, but it's coming to us before the broadcast in an email from Dustin. I'm in the process of creating an altar. For getting idols of the gods, are there any AFA rules to follow? Oh, wow. Okay. I've just looked at the graphic of how Nick put that up on the screen. That was very dynamic. Cliff, do you have any thoughts up top for that?
I wouldn't say that there are rules. You know, people's artistic sensibilities can vary wildly. Some are gonna, you know, prefer, you know, almost like Roman Greco marble statue type appearances for statuary or idols. Others are going to prefer a lot more, you know, historic replica types, you know, that are found in archaeological finds from Scandinavia, Germany, Finland, and other locations, England. And others are going to go in a, you know, a more modern direction where it's, you know, an interpretation of, you know, a modern artist of what one of our deities, you know, appearances might be based on the materials available combined with their imagination and their skill at artistry and how well they can pull off what's in their mind's eye. You know, it's easy to say, you know, oh, make sure that you get it from someone who's one of our folk. That's one of my preferences, but I don't think that it's sacrilegious to have, you know, items from other sources. You know, I don't want to specifically, you know, plug anyone, because if I do, I'll leave people out, and I don't want to, you know, pick favorites or offend someone. And I don't know all of our great artisans that are in the AFA, but as an AFA member, I would check out our AFA marketplace first, because I know we have people in the AFA that are very skilled at carving wood. Some of them can probably do some sand casting if you're, you know, looking for something in resin or in metal. And, you know, at least entertain the possibility of, you know, getting the idol or statue that you want from one of our folk in the AFA. If they don't have what you want in terms of style or price or whatever your other, you know, practical requirements might be, I would just make sure to look at a large selection of things. You might not even know what is going to inspire you or make you feel closer to the God that you're, you know, dedicating that altar to until you really take a wide look around. You know, the internet's a big place. You can find so many different things. And even if you don't purchase it off of the internet, you may be able to take somebody else's design to an AFA art and say, hey, I want something like this, except change these 3 things. Yeah, and budget will dictate quite a bit, I think, you know. If only they could all be 8-foot solid gold. Our gods would deserve that. Wouldn't be wrong.
Absolutely. And I think that I absolutely respect the question. I don't think that there is such an abundance of idols out there that rules on that have become necessary. Everything that Cliff just said is absolutely the case. As far as rules and guidelines on it from the AFA, as we've said on this show many times, intent is everything. Doing it with a pious heart and trying to be reverent with your idols makes all the rest of it a matter of personal preference, you know, on why you're selecting a particular item, a particular idol, that is. If you, I mean, don't get goofy, obviously ridiculous or obviously comical idols, I would say. Some people who aren't approaching this religiously, or perhaps who are and are grossly mistaken, will include Loki in their sets of idols. You wouldn't want to have an idol to Loki. But the importance is in, you know, what is your purpose in getting this? Does this inspire you? Does this bring that God into your home in a way that you connect with and that's reverent towards our gods? I think that's the most important thing. There's all kind of varieties. There's plenty of custom things. There is, you know, I got a number. I'm on my altar right now. I have a few of the idols are from was it Dryad Designs, I think. They're resin but made to look like they're wood carved idols. But I've got one that's resin that's made to look like it's a bronze one of the All Father that I really like. A lot of that's just your own aesthetic of what you find power in. You know, I'm trying to think, and I haven't really seen anyone's idols that are offensive, or I would say no to, or that were, you know, done wrong. One thing I would suggest that's always a good choice, and I'm not sure how many he has right now. I know that he did a really beautiful Odin one and a really beautiful Thor one, is our AFA member Anders in Sweden. And if you reach out to your folk builder on the side, he can connect you to a way to make those purchases. But he's done some really beautiful things. And I've, you know, when I visited Sweden on an AFA leadership trip a few years ago, I was, you know, in his garage and saw his kind of workshop for them. And that was really cool. So getting something like that to where you have a personal connection is always a nice thing, just to keep in the back of your head.
If we're plugging people, then I have to also throw in Gilbert Page, who has made some fantastic idols for our halls.
Excellent.
He's really talented, donated a treasure hoard of wood carvings to the auction table at Winter Nights. And yeah, get in contact.
He does really good work.
Yep.
Do you know where he's located? Like what state?
Georgia, I believe. Georgia or Florida.
All right. Before we move on to the next one, we have a donation. So Nick just sent me a reminder about it, but I saw it. We got a donation from the Phelps family of $20. Wishing all a joyous Yuletide. Thank you for a wonderful year. Hail victory and hail the AFA. Well, hail the Phelpses. A lovely family. Zach and Lydia are both folk builders with the AFA. They've been really helpful this year in a lot of ways. Lydia's been a big part of kind of upgrading the way we do Victory Never Sleeps and getting that squared away and incorporating some new things. And she's got some more ideas on that. But she's also helping with our websites. That's something that's a work in progress. But each of our websites, and Nick can throw the addresses to them up, even while Njortoff, I believe, is currently being worked on. She's done a beautiful job on bringing those up closer to worthy of our gods. Nothing's ever going to be perfect, but I think they look really nice. So please make sure you check those out. And Nick's got the addresses up on the screen right now, probably a few minutes or a few seconds earlier, but I got a little lag on the display I'm looking at. But yeah, we appreciate you guys. Thank you. And you may notice they have been driving a whole lot of the little graphic donations here that we have every week. They've been huge on that and trying to move that forward, and that's much appreciated. Next up, from Human Manipulation Nation. Oh, ho, ho. I truly hope everyone has the Yuletide cheer. A big hail to everyone that brings this to us all year and all the folk out there. First question, favorite song of the season? Which favorite holiday song, Cliff?
Mine? Oh gosh. Well, I will admit that some of the old Christian hymns I still love the sound of. But I guess because I've got the little kids right now, my favorite Yuletide song is Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer. It's just fun.
I'm anti-fun. Want to officially, from my swole Santa sweater and Santa hat wearing self, say that I'm anti-fun. The comedic songs have never done it for me. but I feel blasphemous. Oh, Come All You Faithful is probably my favorite. It is not appropriate. It is not exalting our gods. It is exalting a God that will cast our gods as demons and wants to force us with a consequence of death to abandon them. So I can't really support that, but it is very well done, and it sticks in my head a lot this time of year.
As far as the religious songs that I was brought up in, I've always been partial to the Little Drummer Boy.
If I listen to it and do not distract myself, I will shed a tear if I listen to Bob Seger's cover of Little Drummer Boy. But yeah, I think that's a powerful song. You know what one that I think is a song of the season that I'm not blaspheming by being in support of and celebrating is Auld Lang Syne. I think that song's awesome. It's also very moving, and I'm going to try to maneuver that one into my favorite song of the season category.
One of the songs I think we should use as Asatru that we don't have to modify, we don't have to scratch out Christmas and put Yuletide in, is Deck the Halls. Deck the Halls is a fantastic song as is.
Agreed. What's up next? Also from Human Manipulation Nation. Second question, I came early. How about any recommendations to celebrate tomorrow? Fire and a brew are planned. Have a great season, good folk. Do the Ericksons have any specific tomorrow recommendations for day 2 of Yuletide, which happens this year to encompass the moment of solstice?
So yeah, we very much follow the newest AFA prescription, if you will, that is modeled on the Harrell family traditions. Although I admit we have simplified it a little bit for our own personal use. Guys, just a minute, please. Katie, are you down here? Would you mind explaining what we do in more detail on Suna's Day? Because Katie really is the keeper of our Yuletide traditions and can speak to it better than I can. Come over this way.
I'm gonna apologize in advance. I've had a cold, and today's the first day I can kind of talk normal. Hey guys, sorry. So on Suna's night, that's usually the night when we build a sun wheel. We go out into the yard and we find pine trees or pine branches and pine cones and stuff, and we build a sun wheel from scratch. And then we usually end up doing it in the evening after the sun has gone down because of CJ's work schedule. But ideally, as the sun, sorry, Cliff. His dad is also Cliff, so he's CJ at home. We also we usually light a fire and we let the kids put the sun wheel into the fire to honor Suna and the lengthening of the days. I'm sorry, I'm very distracted by the children.
There's a whole thing going on down there while we're talking to you.
We can hear that. I think that goes over well.
The house is alive here. Happy. And they're up a little bit past their bedtime, quite a bit past their bedtime. So their energy is, yeah.
That's awesome. I think we all are excited about that. It does us good hearing it. So I am trying to slowly incorporate the Harrell family festivities. One thing so tomorrow night is the longest night of the year because solstice is falling, after sundown tomorrow. So what we will continue to do to this year, and has always been something that that I have done is, I say always, I'm sure there have been times that I've botched it or not, but my tradition. Okay, so Cliff just posted a strange and cool looking little avatar. Anyways, that aside, I do a ritual lighting of a flame at around sundown. And the idea being to hold vigil and be keepers of the light during the darkest night of the year. It's something that was always a big deal celebrating Yule up in Alaska. The requirements were much longer up there than other places I've found myself, because longest night up in Anchorage is like 3 in the afternoon to 11 in the morning or something. So it's a pretty long time. But we're gonna light some candles tomorrow night and keep watch over the flame and have them going throughout the night and protect them and take care of them, and then ritually put them out in the morning when the sun has returned. So that's what we're going to be doing at my house tomorrow night, along with miscellaneous festivities as they occur. But that's always the important thing to me since I found Asatru in the celebration of Yule, is that kind of vigil over the light during the longest night.
For the record, I do not know about this avatar. I turned my camera off for a moment, so the software selected the avatar.
Yeah, there's some. Yes, I just got a message from Nick on the back end that there's a AI has assisted into turning us into Yule-themed avatars should something like that occur. So that's kind of cool. It looked good. I don't know if you saw it on your end, but it looked cool.
No, I have no idea what it looks like. I'm super curious right now.
You should be, but it looks awesome. Like, not comically so, just genuinely so. It looked good. Our next question from the Wolf Throne. Matt, you said on a previous stream that the venom dripping from snakes is a metaphor for the dissolution of the soul. Does this mean that you believe Nastrand is not a real place? It's funny, and I don't in any way mean to evade the question. Some of that depends on how you define real and how you define place. Yes, it is real in the sense it exists. Is it a geographical place that you could find a treasure map and walk to? No, I don't believe that is the case. It does absolutely exist. The form that it takes, I don't believe there are literal reptilian snakes that dangle above people and drip various forms of snake venom on them. And I don't mean to make it silly. I'm not patronizing at all. I just want to be really specific in what I'm saying on it, because there are people that very much do. There's absolutely a place where the souls of those who are not worthy to ascend, not worthy to be welcomed by their family, and not worthy to continue in any kind of whole or individualized personality form. Those souls go to a place, and in that place they are dissolved and their component parts recycled into the folk soul. So yes, I absolutely believe that it's real, but I don't necessarily think that it is physical or temporal in a sense where it could be traveled to outside of miraculous metaphysical means. I don't mean for that to be obtuse, but it's one of the things with the myths. The myths are taking profound metaphysical truth and trying to filter it and portray it in a way that is fitting to our imaginations, to our understanding, and to our language and our best attempts. And we talked about idols earlier. Our best attempts at making idols will never fully capture the glory of one of our gods. Hopefully it inspires us towards that, but we can't fully comprehend nor depict all of their glory with, even the height of our powers. And hopefully we get closer and closer and closer to that. But that's one of the things that makes them gods, is that they are beyond our ability to fully conceive in that way. What else do we got tonight?
I might. I think.
Yeah, please.
I look at Nastron a lot of times as a bifurcation of components of the soul, where it's about for those whose parts of their soul, the soul complex doesn't all go to these places. I don't think. There's parts of the soul that do other things, but it's the breaking up and dissolution of the soul, I think. And I think that it's real. If is it a place or a time is hard to answer, because not to be flippant, like you were saying, Matt, but like only the dead really know that, and the gods, right? We can't know that sort of thing in a literal, testable, physical kind of way here in Midgard. But I do think that it's our ancestors' way of trying to understand what it would feel like for your soul to break apart and dissolve into nothingness. It's the ultimate defeat of the soul.
Yeah, one of the and this is seen all the way through Western, I would say Western religious tradition as well as Western magical tradition, is the idea of passing into the next life intact, or as intact as you can be, with as much of your individualization and your personal sense of self as you can. The idea of being dissolved and having venom dripped upon you on the strand is that you lose that. You're not worthy of that. Other forms of ascension, you keep much more of that as you ascend to something better. We've gone through this on an episode with Swan, where there's a really nice diagram that he had, but there's many different parts of the soul. There's certain parts that make you definably you. Losing those parts are what, that complete disillusion is a part of. And it's interesting that is our, well, and it also is isolation and loneliness. The imagery of the strand is that you are out away from your folk in a desolate place, and in a place of painful rending apart. It's isolating and away from folk. So the idea of getting out of our folk relationships and merging into nothingness is our, in a lot of ways, our ultimate punishment. And in some Eastern faiths, that's their goal, is that, being merged into nothingness. And so it's a really interesting way to approach a very similar concept. Next up, do you do fishing on ice, or is it not that cold up there? Cliff, in Erie, is there ice fishing that goes on a lot?
There is. I don't participate in it yet, as I kind of indicated towards the top of the show. But yeah, Lake Erie will freeze over. So ice fishing is a big tourist attraction up here, as is trout fishing at different times of year. The fun fact, actually, the stream that is one of the borders of my property is called Trout Run. Now, I'm sure there's lots of trout runs all over the world and all over the country, but this is the trout run that goes out into Lake Erie about 2 miles from here, and that's where the Pennsylvania Game Commission gets all of the roe for stocking all of the other waters in the state of Pennsylvania. So lots of fish here. I really need to seize that.
Yeah, I did. When I was spending time with my cousins up in Fairbanks, I did a fair amount of ice fishing in different ways. Now, I think that the ice fishing that a lot of folks do in like Wisconsin and Minnesota, where they, have cabins out on the ice that they basically hang out in and, stand over a hole with a rod and reel. I did a little bit of that, but most of what we did up there was my cousins had a cabin out on Harding Lake up around Fairbanks, and we'd sit in the cabin. It was on the lake, and we'd look out. We would set tip ups out in a number of different holes that we'd augured out, and those either had a flag or a little light, depending on whether it was day or night, that we had them out there. And then we'd get on snow machines and go out and check them or whatever when the whatever disturbed them made the light pop up or the flag pop up. So we would do that pretty regular for pike and burbot mainly up there. But my cousin David, Alaska is the most perfect environment for him, and he is amazing. My uncle raised David in, doing a lot of outdoorsmanship. My uncle worked as a biologist for Fish and Game. My cousin David, he's now a hunting guide. Man, that guy, we'd be up there in anywhere between -30 and -60 is about the coldest I've seen this happen. Be augering out a hole, and he would be in there, barehanded, dipping ice out of the water and playing with the hook and playing with the fish and do whatever he's doing, and reaching down in the frozen lake after we'd augured feet of ice through it like nothing ever happened. Like he was so conditioned to his environment and to a very inhospitable environment. It was really amazing to see. He was a great trapper as a high schooler. I remember one time, it was terrifying. We're out running his trap line at -65-ish. And man, we got way out there, and it occurred to me, if anything mechanical happened to that snow machine and we were stuck out there, we were done. But no, he was catching river otter and stuff that seasoned trappers would have a very hard time with. He was, adept at when he was in high school. So he is an amazing outdoorsman, and fortunately took me with him sometimes when we'd go do some ice fishing, and that was really nice. So in the meantime, Sarah donated $10, says, "Greetings, Allsherry Gothi and Winton Cliff. Could you explain Hoftoller and how it's a great option for members, please?" Cliff, you want to take first swing at that?
I sure can. So Hoftoller is literally a Hof tax. That's where we have the name for it from the Old Norse. And it is contribution or percentage based to the Asatru Folk Assembly. Christians call it tithing, and what we're asking for is a minimum of 1% from each of our earners, or of household income, which should end up being the same difference. There's a lot of different ways as far as the mechanism by which people can make a Hofthaler donation. I use direct deposit through my employer. They use the common payroll system ADP, which makes it really easy. I just had to add the AFA's Hofthaler deposit account to my ADP system, and then I can go in there and adjust the information for what happens every time the paychecks come out. Not all payroll departments or payroll systems allow you to do that. Some don't allow you to split your deposit. They may limit you to just one, in which case I assume that rightly it's going to be your own personal checking account. And in that situation, or in situations for people where, you know, they get a paper check, or if you are self-employed, an entrepreneur, or deal in, you know, in cash, you know, if you are in a service industry or something like that, we will happily help you set up a recurring Hofthaler donation, which can be on your schedule. You tell us how frequently you want that to occur, and it can be to a credit card or debit card or bank account, you know, with your account number and your routing number, and we will work with you to make it as easy for you. And, you know, those are the mechanical details of it, I suppose, but it's really important from a devotional aspect and a cultural aspect, because this is how we get our gods the glory in Midgard that they deserve. This is how we get things done. You know, the Christians give 10% to their church, and they wield immense power in our civilization. They have, you know, marble and gold-plated idols and statuary in their temples to the foreign god. If we do 1/10 of that, we can accomplish a great deal in moving Asatru forward, in bringing our folk home, and in restoring the rightful place of honor and worship that the Aesir deserve from our folk here in Midgard. So if you're interested in doing that, talk to your local folk builder. They can help you get it set up. If you attend Hof regularly, you can talk to the Hofgothi there about that. You can even do your Hofthaler contributions in person. You know, if you're one of those, you know, cash-based people like I was talking about, we take Bitcoins on our website. We can, you know, any mechanism we will work with you on. The automatic recurring contributions and the direct deposit are by far the most convenient and the least maintenance and effort for, you know, both the person making the donation and for the Asatru Folk Assembly. But yeah, the cultural significance of it, I really can't understate. The thing that makes the Asatru Folk Assembly different from all of the other, gosh, I'll probably make some enemies by saying this, but it wouldn't be the first time, all the other heathen pretenders out there, is that our folk put their money where their mouth is, and they put their effort where their mouth is. We are Asatru, and we are Asatru in a verbal sense, like as in, you know, the part of speech, we actualize Asatru. We make real world devotion to the Aesir, and that helps bring more people back to our faith and to our gods. And the more of that we can do, the better. You know, if you aren't giving to the AFA a Hofthaler right now, please consider it. If you are, you know, can consider increasing it if you're able to. I know, you know, times have been tough for a lot of people, so it might not be exactly the right year to be pitching that kind of thing. Then again, if, you know, you just got a real big raise at the end of the year or something, it's something to think about. But it's really important for the AFA moving forward, because our goal right now, we talked about Freeshof, and then we have Tiershof in line behind that, and then we have, that would be 6. So we have 6 more Hofs to gods, and then 12 goddesses to cover. And we don't plan on stopping dedicating Hofs ever. Until there is a Hof in your town, we're not done. So please do what you can. And Hoftalers can even be traded in kind. If you are nearby to one of our Hofs and you have a trade skill and are willing to do substantial amount of work that would have a real billable value that would be a big contribution to that Hof, then talk to your Hofgothi about that. We need your help to get this done. We have a lot of good people who put in time volunteering. Our Gothar put in tremendous hours doing all this work, but we can't do any of it without the support of our folk to make it possible to do all the wonderful things that we do.
You mentioned that when, people are struggling economically, that, may not be the time to bring it up, but it always is the time to bring it up. And this is the reason. This is one of the cool things that Hoftoller does. So, okay. Percent is eminently fair, and it factors all of those things in. So Cliff mentioned 1%. That's the minimum Hoftoller. There are some people that do 2. There are some people that do 5. There are a few people that do 10. If everyone in the AFA did a 10% Hoftoller, like Christians do, it would be extremely noticeable to everyone listening, to everyone in the world, to our gods and our ancestors, how much we were accomplishing. But the floor of that, the minimum is 1%. 1%, and this is what I mean about percent being relative. If you're having a terrible year and times are down and there's pay cuts and somebody in the family lost the job, and worst case scenario, 1% of 0 is 0. Hoftoller is never going to take you into debt, but 1% of $1 is a penny. I'm going to catch myself up here trying to go too fast. I'm like, 1% of $1 million. Hold on, what is that? Oh, the 1,000. But the point being, when you are struggling, your 1% is a small amount of money. If you're very successful, your 1% may be a very large amount of money. Hoftoller evens it out to where when some of our people are having hard times and others are, doing very well, the AFA rises accordingly. If we're all struggling, then we all share that burden and we handle that accordingly. If we're all just out there killing it and doing great, then we all succeed together. But by having that same percentage stake in there, it helps us rise and fall together as a community, as a faith community, as a family, and as a folk. It's really important. There's the inevitable grumblings of people. That's what Christians do. That's why they have really nice things. The more I've looked into it, that's what every serious religion that is successful does. One of the things I did when I first became All's Harrier Gothi was try to figure this out. Our economic situation was very different then, and I wanted to figure out what we do with that and how we do the very best with what we have and how we generate better things for our gods and our folk and our faith. And, you know, everybody looks at raffles or at, you know, charitable gaming or, you know, what people do and fundraisers and this, that, and the other. The single thing that makes all of this work or not work in every serious religious organization that I've been able to find this example and looked into is percentage-based giving. We obviously know that and see that through Christianity, but it's also the case through a number of non-Abrahamic faiths. It's how this works, and it's how it works well. And the term Hoftoller is an actual term from our ancestors. It's not just something phonetically that we made up that works. It certainly does, but it was a real thing that was meant to support Hofs, sacred groves, and the Gothar. And that's what it is going towards today. The idea of Hoftoller, when we started implementing Hoftoller, and you know, I forget the percentage. Cliff and I looked at the stats on that of how many AFA members are currently on Hoftoller, but it's not most yet, and we want to get there. We want to get to where everybody's on Hoftoller. But looking at it, when we started Hoftoller being one of the ways people donate to our church, we went from having one Hof and a debt that seemed insurmountable to pay off that Hof, to having 3 paid off Hofs and 1 Hof that were, you know, whatever, 65% of the way paid off on, and plans for our next 2 already there. The amazing things that we've been blessed with and the amazing things we've been able to accomplish have been helped along very significantly by folks who donated by Hoftoller. One of the things Sarah asked us to talk about a little bit on Hoftoller is why it's a good option for families. It's important to us that every adult member of your family becomes a member of the AFA family. That's really important, and it's something that should be done with families. Sometimes if it's a one-income family, you know, there may be a feeling of, well, the husband can afford it, but the wife really can't afford membership and this and that. We don't ever want that to be the case. Hoftoller can be based on the household income. So depending on your work situation in your household and how that runs down, your household can pay a percentage based on the household income and include the adults in that household in that. And it's a very convenient way to do that. Cliff mentioned that a lot of employers, especially here in the United States, are set up to take donations just directly out of payroll that way. And it's very convenient. The people I've spoken to who are on that don't notice the decrease, but the AFA sure notices the increase, and we really appreciate it. It's something that can come out and be barely, if at all, felt, but that makes a huge impact on what we do, and it's set up very well for that. But maybe your job doesn't do that. Maybe that's not the kind of work you're in. Maybe you are in a field where you're an entrepreneur, where your work is seasonal. That's fine. We have people that pay it by, you know, whatever means they want. Some people pay quarterly. Some people pay monthly. Some people pay every 2 weeks when the paycheck comes out. Some people pay yearly. That's fine. And we're not out to dig in anybody's records and ascertain, you know, the dollars and cents of it. No, if you're willing to contribute to our church in that way, then we take you at your word. A fair 1% at a minimum, and however much beyond that you'd like to give, that's really done a lot to move us forward. And that's Hoftoller. So now I'm all curious what Nick's pet robot makes me look like if I'm not on here. So our next question, and this is kind of combining two. It's one from Real Madrid fan, but also one from Mary Minchell. Happy Yule, Mary. I'm glad you're here with us tonight. So Real Madrid fan asks, is it just me that, or I'm sorry, is it just men that find the gods in prison? Have there been cases where women have found the gods in prison? And Mary immediately after asks, thank you for the chat on the AFA ministry for incarcerated men. Is there a ministry for women in the same situation? Cliff, do you want to address this first?
Sure. My addressing of it will be brief, though. I do not know personally of any women who have found our gods while incarcerated, but my reasoning tells me that surely that must be a thing. As far as ministering to women's prisons, I think that falls under the purview of our AFA prison ministry, but I don't have details on if we are currently doing that. So Matt, maybe you can flesh that out some more. I'm not the most knowledgeable person on this particular topic.
So I'm not either. I think as a, we've certainly seen this with our applications and in our membership, the percentage of ladies that are, of our folk that are incarcerated is much, much smaller than the percentage of men. Are there women who have found this in prisons? Absolutely there are. I'm going to say that. All we got to do is find one to prove me right. I'll go out on a limb and just own that. Yes, absolutely. To what degree, I'm really not sure. And it's something that we've talked about internally. And that being said, I know that there are groups of women that practice Ausatru in prisons. We've talked about that a little bit in the prison ministry, planning situation. Our prison ministry as it is now is very much in its infancy. And one of the reasons for that is I get put on the spot when we come to numbers. I like to give you guys specifics because I think they're very tangible, and I think it's important to not just guess. Cliff may know this. Nick may know this on the side. So if one of you could tell me exactly how many ordained Gothar do we have at present? While Nick is tabulating that number or having that AI bot that made the cartoon Cliff go and extrapolate that for us or whatever the case might be, the problem with the AFA for forever, and we're just coming to the other side of that problem and making progress on it, is having the right people in the right places. We started out so small and so centralized in Northern California way back when that the idea of, all right, so let me do this. I apologize, it's a little bit disjointed, but there's a lot of different prongs to it, and I'm trying to think of the best way to express it. So early on, there was quite a bit of prison mail. When I became All's Harrier Gothi, I thought, well, I'll answer this stuff. We'll make this happen. We'll get to the bottom of it. And then I discovered more than 90% of it is, hey, do you guys have free stuff? I want some stuff. Or, hey, do you guys have a catalog where I can order some stuff? I don't fault any of those questions. Neither of those are bad questions, but one, no, we don't have free stuff. Two, no, we don't have a catalog of stuff that y'all can order from. And so that meant that prison ministry, in terms of answering letters, I have yet to see a letter about, hey, I'm trying to start this kindred inside and I wanted some spiritual advice. Hey, I'm struggling with my faith and I wanted to know something. All right. Okay, I'll get to that in a second. But hey, I'm struggling. I would like some counseling. There's no way to minister through the letters that we've received. So what that limited it to was having Gothar that were able to go into institutions and serve the folk there, perform rituals there, instruct people inside on how to do things, provide counseling, do those things. Well, the trouble with that is, we would have someone across the country that would reach out, and we didn't have anybody within 1,000 miles of them. The AFA has had such success that we now have a good geographical spread of people. But still, when Nick gets that AI number for me on our number of Gothar, and I say that and I tease that, but I think the number is honestly somewhere around 12 to 14. I could be astonished if we get a different number. But that's serving the entire world. The odds of having one of those 12 or 13 or 14 or whatever the case might be within close proximity to a prison and them be in a spot in their life and their situation where that's something they are comfortable with doing is a challenge in and of itself. But then we're not just going to random prisons. We are responding to specific inmates that have reached out and asked that we provide a Gothi to help take care of their spiritual needs. So that makes it even smaller subset. Fortunately, I find myself within a couple hours of 2 institutions where we have had people at that want to have an AFA Gothi come in and help them out. High Desert in near Susanville, California, and then Folsom. And I should be going to Folsom next week to share a meal with the gentleman there. And I've been in High Desert a couple of times to deal with our men who are incarcerated there. We are just to that point where we're having Gothar being able to go in. And so far in those 2 places exclusively. What I got on the side from James, gentleman that I mentioned that runs our prison program, our prison ministry program, that is, he was just telling me that he has some female inmates that he's trying to connect with one of our Githias right now. So there are ladies who are incarcerated that are also true and that do want our services. And he's working with a few of them as it is. So yeah, that's kind of where that stands. And like I say, it's baby steps, and there's a lot of hoops and red tape and figuring the system out. But I will say this, it's something that I've wanted to make happen since I became Ozhari Gothi in 2016. We've had a lot of people start and try and not find immediate success, and for various reasons not follow through or not be able to continue pushing towards victory. James Alt has done the best at that of anybody we've ever had and continues to do so. And it's slow going, but I'm excited that we're doing that, and that that's steadily moving forward. So I am looking at our next question here. Also from the Wolf. Okay, so my fault. Nick found it. We have 16 ordained Gothar as it is. So I was underestimating our capabilities a bit. I apologize to the 2 Gothar that got left out in that whichever 2 those might be. The Wolf Throne asks, I can't remember exactly which episode it was, maybe the Thor episode. It was mentioned that historically Thor was placed in the middle of the altar with Odin and Freyr on the sides. Do you remember where Odin and Freyr are placed? Is Odin supposed to be on the left and Freyr on the right, or the other way around? I'm not sure if you remember, but I'm asking because I'm trying to decide where to place my idols on the altar. So first, that wasn't a general rule of thumb, but it was a very specific account of the placement of the idols in the temple at Uppsala. Cliff, do you have anything to add on that? Do you know anything about which side which might have been placed on?
Not really. I think Uppsala is one of the few well-documented temple layouts that we
take care of
have. So a lot of that is speculative. As far as my own personal practices in our home, we tend to rotate the idols to positions of prominence based on, whether we are near one of their high holy days, or based on, if we are making bloat specifically to that god. We don't have a static altar set up. We adjust it to our needs and the season and the holy day that we're observing.
I'm looking at two really specific things in here to add some flavor to it. One sec. So the account of the arrangement of that altar in Uppsala was from Adam of Bremen. And as far as I can tell in the text, he simply states that Thor is in the center and that Odin and Freyr are on either side of him. But he doesn't specify, as far as I can tell, on which side. And I'm trying to... The other thing that isn't from that period, but just as a point of inspiration that I think was inspired by the Temple of Uppsala, was the piece of art and I feel bad I can't remember the artist's name right now, but the piece I believe is called Midvinterblot in the by Carl Larsson in the Swedish National Museum, depicts a sacrifice that I believe is at Uppsala. But in that picture, just Thor is depicted in a central location without Odin or Frey on either side. So I couldn't tell you. But yeah, we've got very small amounts of information on that. And with what we have, there's really no way to say for sure on that. I'm just checking. All right. So next up from Finn Wraith, do you guys do ice skating on frozen water? And if yes, do you play any hockey? Cliff, do you ice skate and do you play hockey?
I have ice skated, but I don't think it would be proper to say that I ice skate. Folks around here do those things on the lake and, in rinks. I have never played ice hockey. Used to play some street hockey as a kid a little bit, but I didn't have the net. So it depended on, if my neighbor with the net was around or, just lining up some trash cans or something like that. But it's a thing that people do around here. I think anywhere where the ice freezes, you're going to find that that's pretty common. Where the water freezes, that's what ice is. That's what I meant to say.
I miss when kids used to play in the street. I have not seen that in a very, very long time. I remember countless instances as a kid of having games of whatever else in the street because wide open space and having to stop because cars were coming and restart when the car passed by. I really, really miss that. So growing up, I used to always, as a kid, have trouble tying my skates up tight enough on the ankle. It's like I could never get them quite tied tight enough. So there was always loose and it was always wonky on my ankles. They would, on my own, no, I never used to go, out to a lake and ice skate or out to a lake and play hockey. It just wasn't big where I was at. Individually in school, in elementary school, we had a ice rink that they would, run the hose out in or whatever when it got cold enough that we would do that for gym class. But gym class in elementary school, at least where I went to school, was like 30 minutes or 45. It was some really small chunk of time. And I remember on those days, it was just a pain because by the time you got dressed up in your snowsuit or your snow pants and jacket and all your stuff and got your skates tied up and got everything done and got out there, it was just about time to come back in. So that was always kind of a nice idea, but not something we really executed a lot. But yes, I have had occasion to skate outside and I think even sort of play hockey that way a couple of times, but it wasn't ever something I was really into or pursued on my own.
So did you own a pair of skates of your own, Matt, or were yours rentals like mine? I only ever used the rentals with like the real thick blade where I could basically just walk on them. It wasn't like a razor. It was like, a piece of iron, almost a half an inch wide and flat at the bottom.
So the one place I remember was the Diamond Center, and it was this mall in Anchorage that a lot of it, there were like two chunks of it. There was an old section that was like a 2-story kind of mall, and then there was the new section of it that, I don't know, quite a bit higher than that, a lot of office space up to the top of it, but I think like 4 or 5 levels where they were shopping. At the bottom level, in the center, area where you could look down over the railing from all the other levels, there was an ice skating rink. I never did that. There, you could rent the skates and do it just like a roller rink or whatever else. But I never did that. In school, I think they required us to purchase a pair of ice skates. And it was always kind of if you had the regular ice skates and you were a little boy, you would catch a hard time for that. So if you were a little boy, you needed to have the hockey skates. And I remember, when I was like a little kid, I had the ice skates, and I couldn't get the hockey skates fast enough. So I was out of that effete category of skater. And yeah, so I owned my own pair and had to replace them as I went through elementary school, but I was out of those by 6th grade and haven't had to replace that. I've heard from people who have kids that are in hockey, getting hockey gear, it's one of the more expensive sports for a kid to play because it requires so much gear.
I think it's even more expensive than football. Yep.
I believe so, yeah. Our next question from the Wolf Throne. I know it's talked about a lot, and I would love it if it happened, really would. But I have to ask, what do you think having a Hoff on every street corner would really look like? Do you think the current PC climate in America would allow it? If there was actually a whites-only church on every street corner, I would think riots would break out at the very least, if not worse. What new challenges do you think a reality like this would present? What are your thoughts on that, Cliff?
I think that the question is kind of imaginary in a way. There's no real world scenario where we're going to be able to implement HOFs on every corner where the popular culture and the demographics are the same as what we're in right now. Our establishing of HOFs in communities is going to change the culture and the country and the world little bit by little bit, so that by the time we have a HOF, maybe every corner might be too much. I mean, you don't have churches on every corner now, so that might be even a bit overstated as far as what a practical goal was. But if we say every town, by the time we would actually, have that, Asatru would be the predominant culture of Aryan nations, of all the countries where our people live. That would take a long time, and other changes would inevitably have to occur in all kinds of terms for it to be practical to do that. We have 4 HOFs right now. It'll be an awful long time before we have 50. One for each U.S. state, although that's probably not how that would play out. We'd probably have some in Europe or Canada or, Australia or other places, before we would, have one in Rhode Island and in Connecticut, because they're so close to each other. But yeah, I don't think that I don't think it's unachievable. I think that we're talking dozens of generations for something like that to be something that will materialize. I'd like to be wrong about that. Maybe our folk have a great awakening and start coming back to us at a rate where we can barely manage to keep count of them and keep track of them. But yeah, that's not the real scenario on the ground right now. What I think it looks like in real terms is we put HOFs where we have clusters of folk who are practicing Asatru and have stable congregations with properly trained and ordained clergy. And that once those HOFs are established, that we see people ideally moving to those areas, so that there's something of a population shift. Although in the greater terms of a country the size of the United States, it's not any more significant than most other people moving around. I think people moving from New York to Florida is still going to outweigh anything that we might cause as far as population shifts by establishing a HOF somewhere. But that we get people building local communities around HOFs, and that we see more and more of those, so that people have more options for where they can go to, and that they are closer and closer together. For example, right now it's an awfully long drive from Thorshof to Baldershof, but in 4 years, maybe there will be 2 HOFs to stop at on the way along that drive. So we can bring everybody closer together by having them go to our HOFs and settle near them, and also having HOFs pop up in between them so that the actual travel time is less. But yeah, I don't know, a HOF on every corner, that doesn't seem real to me. I don't think that that's a problem we're ever going to actually have to deal with.
Well, so here's the thing. The question, I don't think that the person who asked the question really means that quite that literal. So I started thinking about it. I mean, there's not a Christian church on every corner. That's not, every single corner would be inefficient and just wouldn't make any sense. And there would not be enough housing per HOF to make it make sense to have that many in any circumstance, unless we had big, like Judge Dredd megacities that went super high. Maybe then every corner it would make sense. But more to the meat of the matter, I looked and, you know, there's somewhere just north of 20,000 Catholic churches in the United States. There's like 18,000 Mormon congregations, but I forget how they put it, but I couldn't get an exact number of how many buildings. So I don't know if multiple congregations are sharing a building or whatnot. But numbers like that, realistically, it presupposes some things. There's no scenario if magically we had a HOF or, you know, a HOF pop up for every 5,000 people in the United States, where you had cities that had 4 and 5 HOFs in them, and you had a HOF in every town. If that magically happened tomorrow, then a miracle has taken place, and I think that miraculous things would change our understanding of reality of how things work. And if that miracle occurred, then I think we'd have a whole lot of people converting to House of True, and we'd be good. More realistically, if we saw in the course of our lifetime House of True develop such momentum that we're able to add that many HOFs, it presupposes a few things. In order for us to establish a HOF, we look and we make sure it has a congregation that can support it. That said, and this isn't a hard and fast rule, but the understanding for a Christian congregation to support a church building is somewhere around an average of 200 members. When looking at the AFA's membership, that's kind of similar to what has been able to support the HOFs that we have. If we had 200 Folkish House of True, or 200 AFA members per each of those HOFs that we had in every single town, multiple of in cities, we would have an overwhelming amount of white people practicing our ancestral faith, to where I don't think there would be those problems at all, because we would control the narrative at that point. The culture shift and the Overton window and all of those things would be completely and totally in our favor at the point where we had that wide of a spread. So by the time that happened, absolutely. If one of the things that we are seeing happen every single time we've gotten a HOF so far, the HOF develops a population around it that is forced to confront the disparity between what the media tells them and what's true. They may or may not ideologically align with us, but they stop seeing us as, you know, mustache twirling, like sinister cartoon villains, and they see us as good neighbors. That happens every single place that we have a HOF. If we increased that to cover the entirety of the civilized United States with communities to where the people see us as regular humans that are good people, I think that would change things tremendously for the better. I do think we look at, I'm not naive, and I do think we look at something demographically very different when we're in the inner city. You mentioned about riots, or at least someone did in the comments. That would be really different if all of a sudden, but again, we're strategic about where we put our HOFs. We're not opening up the South Central HOF, or like, you know, the Compton HOF, the Detroit HOF, the, you know, center of Gangland and Baltimore Hoff. We're not doing that. And that doesn't make sense to go in that order. But if we had such a density to where that's where strategically the next one would go, I think that helps us way more than any potential that it hurts us. For example, White Springs, Florida. So Murdoch, Minnesota is ethnically very largely white folks. And it's relatively rural. So that's a specific case. Brownsville, California, also majority white population. That's where Odenshoff is. Linden, North Carolina is different. It depends on where you go on the little towns next to it, but there's quite a substantial Black population there that get along with us wonderfully. It's one of the things I kind of wanted to talk tonight about a little bit, is about our Yule celebrations. They had an amazing Yule there. And part of what happened on the days that we celebrated Yule this month at our Hoffs, where they coincided with our food pantries and our toy giveaways. So every year at Yule time at each of our Hoffs, we get toys donated and we distribute those to community members that come through. That's a very positive experience in that community, and it's a really nice thing. And they had great interactions there, and with people who, were not our folk, with members of the community, seeing what we are, seeing who we are, seeing us there with our families, practicing our faith, being good people. And it worked tremendously. One lady said at Thorshoff, she said, man, when you guys first moved here, we all, none of us wanted you guys here. Like, how dare you guys come in here and, do this, do that, whatever you're doing. How dare you? And they were very unhappy. And she said, but now that you guys have been here for a while, I can't find anyone that has a negative thing to say about y'all. She said, you guys, we don't care what you guys believe because we see what you guys do. And that's what it is. We are our deeds. That community, and I believe this was a Black lady. If not, there was another Black lady that went there, and she was laughing as one of our Gothar was helping load food in her car with some donated toys for her children. She's like, she scoffed, and he's like, is everything all right? And she said something to the effect of, yeah, look at the evil white supremacists at their white supremacist compound helping me out with my groceries, because we're nice people doing nice things. In White Springs, Florida, what I was going to say with Njordshof, that is a predominantly Black community that we have our Hof in the middle of. Again, because they've seen us, they've been in the presence of one of our Hofs and around us as people. They've done a tremendous job with building community relations there. We have no problems. There's no riots. There's no chaos. We're surrounded by the Black community, and they've been very kind to us. They had questions and concerns when within the first month we did one of our food pantries, those all like immediately stopped. And with their questions and concerns, they weren't horribly mean-spirited. They were concerned. And honestly, if I was Black and the AFA moved into my community and I Googled us, I would be very scared and concerned too, because the media is dishonest. But I had 3 different Black citizens of White Springs that were reaching out to me that were going to ask me a bunch of questions. They immediately stopped the second that food pantry happened. Haven't heard another peep about it since. And we try to monitor, local social media so we can answer any questions or, respond to anything that way. And it dies off very quickly when we're there and folks get to meet us and interact with us. And I think that would happen, 1,000-fold when we had Hofs even close to the scenario you suggest. So maybe a long-winded answer, but no, I don't envision that being problematic, because it would happen gradually regardless. If we had a massive boom in membership, that's one speed. If we didn't and it took us the speed we're going now, it would still happen gradually over time. There's no scenario it would happen overnight. Next question that we've got. What problems do you foresee happening to the AFA in the future, and how are you preparing for them? Cliff, what do you foresee as problems that are going to happen in the AFA's future, and what preparations do you think we've got underway to address those?
Well, I can say for sure there will be problems. It's definitely more difficult to forecast what they might be. That would almost preclude them actually end up being problems if we knew they were going to occur. But you know, there's always the unforeseen, and we've weathered problems in the past, and we'll do so again. I think that in terms of you know, maybe good problems, like growth-oriented problems that we can perhaps plan around or anticipate, is the growth of the Asatru Academy, and that, you know, maybe within 5 or 10 years, there's the realistic possibility that we'll need to be looking at having some types of schoolhouses or classrooms at the Hofs, as these communities that we were just talking about around our Hofs gain more, you know, greater numbers of population and more children, that there may be, you know, branches of the Asatru Academy where there are like physical schoolhouses, and then that would come with all sorts of, I'm sure, insurance and liability issues we'd have to address, you know, in a business manner. We, you know, would face the possibility of perhaps having to hire school teachers at these locations, that type of thing. I hope that, you know, on our Witten calls in 5 years, we are talking about those problems and how we deal with them. That would be fantastic. Definitely up to the challenge on something like that. There's going to be, you know, there's going to be people who are displeased with some decision that Al-Shir Gothi Matt makes, or that you know, is implemented on a more local level by our Witten or our Gothar, or, you know, just something a folk builder said or something a member said to somebody. There's going to be whatever the controversy or social dispute of the season or the year is. We've seen them, you know, cyclically through the years. You know, I think it's 10 years that I've been in the Asatru Folk Assembly now. I've seen, you know, at least 3 or 4 kind of big shifts in the AFA as far as our congregation, and, you know, personality disputes and differences of opinion getting in the way of us implementing our declaration of purpose, where people will, our folk like to talk about being part of something greater than themselves a lot. A lot of people like to believe that they are team oriented, but then when there's when the coach makes a call of a play that isn't the one you would make, you know, sometimes people take their ball and leave. So we're going to face troubles like that in the future, and we've always persevered through those. You know, there's going to be some natural disaster that affects one of our Hofs one of these days. I hope it's a long time in the future, but sooner or later a tree is going to fall, or something is going to flood, or something like that. And you know, obviously we have insurance policies at the Hofs that prepare for a lot of that, and we have good members around who will rally around those Hofs and get done whatever needs to get done, hopefully in advance. You know, it's better to sandbag a storm than to have to go and get a pump and pump the water out later, or whatever the specifics might be. I suppose, you know, in a perhaps longer term sense or a more broad sense, there's the possibility, if not over time, the inevitability of some sort of theological dispute where something new happens in the world or in Western culture that's not something that we had thought about or answered before, and having to address the world as it is and make sure that we are acting in ethical, responsible, right ways, consistent with the values of our people and our worldview. There's always somebody that, you know, isn't happy with that. It never breaks 100 to 0. All sorts of things, I'm sure. I'm very confident that we have a steady, stable leadership team in place, starting with Alistair, Gothi, Matt, all the way down to our folk builders and our members, to that we would weather anything that is going to come up and on the whole grow through it. You know, there's something that we talk about amongst our leaders, and probably many of our membership has heard this sort of thing as well, where every time, you know, some news organization runs a hit piece on the Asatru Folk Assembly, usually around the time we open a Hof somewhere, but not always. There's always someone trying to make their name, and they think they've found the, you know, the sensational story of the century when they realize that we're a thing. And we almost always gain members out of something like that, even if we're treated incredibly unfairly, almost in particular when we're treated incredibly unfairly. You know, they will portray us as being evil and all sorts of other things. I can't even properly express it because I don't understand how they're thinking, but they'll say all these mean things about us, but perhaps accurately describe some of our views. And that is inevitably going to catch some, you know, reasonable minded person's attention, and they'll find it attractive and seek us out and want to know more as a result of that. So yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of things I can try to imagine up that aren't real yet, and there's all sorts of things that have perhaps happened in the past that I think we've learned from, both in, you know, our successes and how we've dealt with things, and our failures, mistakes we know not to repeat. But we are going to be growing Asatru for our folk forever. The Asatru Folk Assembly is here to stay. So whatever is coming, we will either springboard off of it to new levels of success, or we'll weather it until, you know, it's not a rainy day again.
Absolutely. I think that was well done. I think that was comprehensive. Asking people to predict the future, I mean, I suppose it's within bounds to ask Cliff Rye to try to do some kind of rune reading on it. Realistically, these things are true. The AFA will run into a variety of problems. Life is like that, and that's just what happens. Some problems just come with growth, and those are problems that I welcome. We talk about this a lot, but there's levels of problems. There's, you know, coup attempts and, you know, mass defections and, you know, there's big problems that are much more hurtful. And then there's simple administrative problems like, hey, we've gotten too big for this model. What do we adjust to the next level? Hey, wow, you know, this Hof district thing's great, but what happened, you know, like you guys mentioned earlier, well, what happens when there's 3 Hofs in my town? You know, how do we divide it further than the districts? Wow, you guys got, you know, what, 5 people on the Whitten? Well, now we've got 1 million members. Shouldn't we have a couple of more people on the, you know, on the Whitten? Well, sure, we should figure something out. Hey, you guys are doing so great with your, you know, Asatru Academy. What happens if we want to have real, you know, schoolhouse experiences? Like Cliff said, maybe we'll have to worry about, you know, the problem of hiring educators and having physical structures for that. That sounds like an awesome problem to have. The biggest way to express it, I think, was we've run into it a number of times in different scenarios, but having people over to my house and realizing, oh, where are people going to sit? We don't have enough chairs for all the people that showed up. What an awesome problem that is to have. I welcome those problems. And there'll be a lot of those. And I know that kind of avoids the intent of the question, but that's worth noting. Those are real problems that happen. As far as legal problems, I don't foresee so problems that we just try to be prepared for in case. Legal things are always scary. There's all kind of rules and nonsense that go on, even in a supposedly free country. So our first step to handle any potential problems that way are we try to make sure we're doing things right in the beginning. Like at the start of a project or an idea, we talk to, and we're really fortunate right now in the AFA, we have 2 lawyers who are members of the leadership, one of which is law speaker Alan Turnage, who's been on the program and has been such a help over the years to ask legal questions and get legal answers on before we pursue something. And then to make sure that we're doing it the right legal and appropriate way, and that we're prepared in case any dispute would come up, that we are in the right zone as far as how that's handled. So that's a huge part of it. Cliff mentioned, any kind of natural disasters or something, a fire or a tornado hitting or whatever at one of our HOFs. So to protect from that, first, all of our HOFs are insured. And secondly, we budget accordingly. So you guys hear me try to raise funds a lot for our different HOFs. We have been blessed to the point of getting a new HOF isn't I don't want to say that it's not difficult. It certainly is, but it's not an insurmountable challenge. The struggle isn't so much the initial purchase of a HOF, but what's essential is that we're budgeted to support and maintain that HOF and take care of it while still having the liquidity to handle any other emergencies that may come up or unexpected expenses that may come up. So we budget accordingly for that. As it stands right now, we make sure that the AFA could maintain all of the recurring bills at all of our HOFs for 1/4 or less of our overall income in the AFA. So there's 75% income to be spent discretionarily, so that if something did happen, we would have that whole other section of our general fund to allocate if an emergency were to happen at one of our HOFs. So we try to prepare really steadily for that. Stuff happens to members and their families. I also consider that problems for the AFA and not just for the member. In regards to that, we have since 2014, I think 2014 officially, but it seems like it was a little bit earlier than that the idea was started. But we've had folk services, and the idea of folk services, we have a fund that we've collected over the years, as well as we run specific fundraisers to where if a member or their family is struggling and has a particular problem, that we're able to help support them as a folk and help get them through to a place where their immediate needs are met and they're doing all right. And we've used that countless times. You guys have been extremely generous to so many of those endeavors. And when I say you guys, yes, everyone listening in the periphery or whatever else, but even immediately during the course of these shows, we've had people donate money to those. And our folk are really thankful. So those have helped out. What I have learned is the common problem, unfortunately, is other quote unquote folkish Aussetruar that have an unhealthy compulsion towards strife and chaos. Every time the AFA has had a major problem that has significantly affected our membership, it has been because other groups of people who claim to share the same values that we claim have decided to cause strife, cause problems, defect, have coup attempts, because everybody wants to be the king, or because everybody wants to find something to purity spiral about. I've talked about this before, and one day I'll come up with a really cool name for it or something, but I don't have it yet. But there is a moth to flame tendency amongst our folk that has hurt us immeasurably throughout our history, of a instinctive aversion to success. Every time we're winning or something good is happening, there's a segment of our people that can't accept it, can't contemplate how something truly good or how we could possibly win. So their mind creates excuses or imaginary foils or villains or something to delegitimize it, because the only way they can conceive of something good happening is through something nefarious. And it makes me really angry when it's directed at me, but at a distance, it makes me very sad that our people are broken in that way. And I hope one of the things about the AFA's successes is it's my sincere hope that the more we're able to accomplish and show our people that success is possible, that good things are very possible for us to do, that it strengthens them in a way that they can actually try for things instead of being convinced that it must all be, it must all be phony, or it must all be a op, or it must all be whatever they want to claim, to where they don't even try. And that's the biggest success our enemies have ever had, is convincing us as a race that we can't possibly ever win anything, so we shouldn't even try. And that's hurt us immensely, and it's hurt our children. And we're doing, Cliff and I and the AFA are doing everything we can to reverse course on that and turn that around. But that's what I see. All right, Matt, where'd you get the awesome sweater? Got it on Amazon a number of years ago, because we were going to go on a quote unquote ugly sweater wine walk. The sweater is beautiful. It is not ugly, but it is festive. And so we went on a local, thematic wine walk in Reno. Man, it's been a little while now, but it doesn't feel like it's been that long ago. But that's where I got it. Next question from the Wolf Throne: is the sign of the hammer copying the sign of the crucifix, or is the sign of the crucifix copying the sign of the hammer? I am assuming that he means in our like meal blessings. For anyone who doesn't know, and if you can see this, it very much looks like the sign of the cross. Not going to lie, it certainly does. We will typically do something along the lines of, or Steve McNallen would do this, and this is typically what I do in carrying on that tradition. The sign of the hammer and the holy names of Odin, Balder, Frey, and Thor, I bless this meal and whatever else I'd like to say. I don't know the first recorded Christian use of doing the sign of the cross when they're doing a meal blessing or saying grace or whatever that ritual is to them. The instance in our lore that I am aware of is a Christian king was making the sign of the cross at a religious festival. I think it was at a Yule feast, if I recall correctly. And his, Alsatru folks at the feast were hot about it, like, hey, what are you doing? Don't do that Jesus stuff here. And he's like, hey, no, hold on. I'm making the sign of the hammer. I mean, don't you guys make the sign of Thor's hammer before to bless your food? And then they backed off. It presupposes that people there the king was familiar with the idea of making the sign of the cross to ward himself against the evil pagan Yule boar or whatever, but also that the people there wouldn't think it ridiculous that he was making the sign of Thor's hammer to bless stuff. The actual motions, honestly, it probably was something Jesus-y. The concept of blessing something with an image or a reference to the hammer of Thor goes all the way back to the deepest parts of our lore. Thor's hammer was not just for striking down the foes of the Aesir, but it was also to hallow something and make it holy. We see that as he raises his goats from the dead in our lore. We see that in the marriage ceremony where they would use that to bless the womb of a bride. The hammer of Thor sanctifying something is very traditional to our folk. The hand gesture, sure, I think there's plenty of reason to believe that might have been inspired by the Christian sign of the cross. But the concept is absolutely ours and not in imitation of anything else. Cliff, do you have anything to add on your understanding of that story or anything?
My understanding of the story is virtually the same as yours. I think it was one of the king's earls who calmed down the vassals or bannermen who were upset when King Hakon was making the sign of the cross to ward himself from, pagan magics or whatever, and offended his still, I think, vastly majority heathen nobility or vassals. And I also, being familiar enough with it to look it up, I cheated and looked it up. So if anyone is interested in checking out the reference for it, check out Hakon the Good's saga. You can get to it on Gutenberg.org. It's chapter 18, King Hakon offers sacrifices. And like Al-Shirgothi Matt says, the explanation was such that, it was an explanation for what they noticed that it was a sign of the cross. But it's similar enough to this sign of the hammer that they were familiar with that the Earl was able to keep the king from having any problems from that.
And that is the way to do it. That's absolutely what I do if I'm completely unfamiliar. I will throw it to the guest, and then I will Google it, and then I will look like I have all the answers. So that's the smart play. Are there AFA members in countries where whites are a minority? Maybe. I don't know enough about the particular demographics of Argentina. We have a member in Argentina right now, and I think that probably technically it is a majority non-white nation, although a great deal of the more upper class folks in that country are certainly, Spaniards. The other thing, and we don't have, unfortunately, we currently do not have any South African members, but quite often we have had members in South Africa, and whites are a minority in South Africa. The next question I'll let Cliff answer first. From the Wolf Throne, have you heard of Ermenfolk? Their group photo looks a lot like the AFA.
I have heard of the Ermenfolk. I used to be good friends with some of them. I haven't seen their recent group photos. I can say that in the time that I was going to their events, there was a lot of crossover between they and the Austria Folk Assembly 6, 7, 8 years ago, maybe a little bit longer ago. There was similarities and dissimilarities. There was a lot more traditional or like throwback garb that they would utilize. Yeah, there's some complicated relationships for me and my family there, because we were very good friends with the Ermenfolk until some irreconcilable differences came up, and we are no longer friends with them.
That was very kind of you, Cliff. That was a very generous description of the Ermenfolk that Cliff just gave, and that was nice. I too have heard of the Ermenfolk. For a time, the Ermenfolk were members of the AFA. I don't know who all they have in their membership now, and I'm not sure who all they invite to their gatherings now. Because of our history, I have not looked into even their current leadership now. The gentleman and his closest associates who were leading the Ermenfolk when they were part of the AFA, and I think that that relationship was severed 2017. That person is a terrible person, and his closest associates at that time are terrible people. They are grossly dishonest. They're extremely opportunistic and much more concerned about secret squirrel democracy LARP shady machinations than they are about principle. And yeah, that was an attempt, a really ham-fisted and poorly done coup attempt thing that happened. That was kind of the first one that I saw under my leadership of the AFA. Now I say that even at the time, there were some members of the Ermenfolk that were really good people. Whatever they've got going now, I have no idea how many of those people, I don't know their relationship. I don't know how good or how not good they are. I know they associate with some really terrible people still to this day. But the guy that ran stuff back then, if he still does now, he makes cool stuff. He makes cool products. They're able to put on nice events. I think the reason that their aesthetic looks similar to ours in some way was hopefully due to some of that rubbing off on them during the time that they were members of the AFA. When we first met them, it was either Viking LARP clothes or fatigues and paramilitary clothing. So if they're dressing nice now, then good. I think that's nice to see. Like I said, not sure who's running things now. Not sure how it's changed since we had a relationship with them. But they were very bad people at that time at the top, making decisions and behaving extremely dishonorably to myself, to my family, and to the AFA.
Yeah, and I share a lot of those sentiments. I try as a rule not to talk bad about my exes. If someone asks me a direct question, I'll give them direct information. But if someone asks me, "Oh, have you heard of them?" I'll say yes, and we don't associate anymore.
Thing is, I saw so much dishonesty and so much trickery that I think it would be improper not to warn people to steer clear of that. One thing that I don't think is me putting my own spin on it, or I'm certainly trying really hard not to. And I saw this with a number of situations there. Their preferred way of dealing with things was always some kind of behind the scenes arranging of circumstances in certain ways, or it was very much going around the point at hand to finding some secretive, clandestine way of arranging events to where what they wanted to happen would happen, or what they wanted not to happen would avoid happening. And they were very uncomfortable with us as the AFA, me specifically in leadership, making decisions that were overt, that I stood in front of and said, hey, we do support this, we don't support that. There was always a political machination which is contrary to our values of doing right and fearing no one. They function in a much more behind the scenes. I'm trying to find the right words here, and I think Cliff understands what I'm saying, but I don't feel like I'm necessarily saying that in a way that everybody can get, because I'm trying to not be overtly insulting.
I think a big difference between the culture of the Asatru Folk Assembly, both then and now, and the culture of the Urman folk, at least then, since I'm at least 6 years separated from that. And, you know, I was good friends with a lot of these people, slept over their houses, went to their private rituals, their private bloats, and all of that. So very well acquainted with them, and considered for a time in, you know, formally joining with them at their kindred level. I think the biggest difference that I observed, and that really ended up being the major irreconcilable difference that I referred to earlier, is that the Asatru Folk Assembly is practicing Asatru in the open, and we will deal with the consequences of that in our lives as they come. We are not going to hide who we are to make our lives easier or more convenient, because we've been called back to our gods by ancestors and by people still living today, including Stephen McNallen, who have done a lot of things at great personal cost that paved the way for us to be able to do this. And that if we don't shoulder some of that responsibility, some of that cost, then we're doing a disservice to our peers, our fellow folk that are alive today, who, you know, maybe have never heard the word Asatru, or who are still hiding behind the electric glow of their computer screen and haven't actually done Asatru yet. Whereas, like Ashir Gothi Matt referred to, the Urman folk culture was very much underground, secretive. Everything is dangerous, so we can't be open about it. And that's just not something that I could agree with. You know, there certainly could be, you know, consequences for me being openly Asatru, but I'm man enough to address those head on and directly.
All right. So, and we got some follow-ups, but I think those are coming a little bit later in our question stream here. On the next question, do you think there should be some sort of practice or training on how to conduct a bloat or sumble or any other ceremony, or at least edict on what to do during such events for people who don't get to experience them enough to learn? Such as myself, I cannot go, or I can't go to many moots or events, and the ones I do go to, I feel lost because it's just not something I do enough. So that's something that we've thought about. The answer is kind of yes and no. As far as edicts on how to behave during them or what goes into them or how they work for a person first attending. And I'm not criticizing the people that you may have attended their bloats or sumbles, because I forget, you know, there have been many times I have forgotten to do this myself. Ideally, those people and any of us performing rituals with people who are new, or if there's a chance there's somebody who's new, we should give folks a little bit of a rundown beforehand on what to do, what to avoid doing, how to conduct themselves, you know, any moving parts that they may be required to participate in, any special verbiage that they may not be familiar with. Those things should be explained before you're in a ritual. And, you know, again, all of us have forgotten to or have not done so as thoroughly as we wish we had, and we make adjustments as we move forward. But we thought about it earlier, and there's the idea of producing written material on how people do this. But one of the things that we wanted to do was preserve the sanctity of our priesthood. It's not that it's not okay for individuals to perform these rituals in their own homes or where there's not a Gothi present, but we want our people to employ our Gothar to do these things. We want our Gothar to be providing this for our folk, and there is a difference between a Gothi or a Githya performing these rituals and just a regular member or head of a household performing them. Anyone performing them, you know, any of our folk who are well-intentioned performing bloat and sumble is better than no one doing it, certainly. But when it's available, it's best done by an ordained priest of our faith. And so, yes and no. Any questions that you have, your folk builder would be very happy to answer any and all of them for you. The Gothar near you would be happy to answer any and all of those questions. And I personally would be very happy to walk you through any of those things or help with any of them that you might have questions on. Cliff, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, I think in at least the context of a personal bloat, you know, a personal devotion to a god, a goddess, or an ancestor, or a family bloat, or you know, a small remote kindred bloat, where somewhere where, you know, there is no Gothi or Githya to defer to. I think it's important that folks understand that, you know, bloat is the gift exchange between the folk and the gods, and wherever possible, you want a Gothi or a Githya acting as the godhead, or as the not sure if this is the best word to use or not, but the, you know, the spokesperson on behalf of the folk to the gods, and vice versa. And if you're, you know, if you are all by yourself and you are making a personal offering to your ancestor, or a personal offering to Thor, or, you know, you're going to be doing a you know, a Frigga or Disir bloat after this show ends because it's Mother's Night, you know, you're going to do that with your family. You know, make sure that you have a sacred space set aside to do that. If not, make one. That's the first part of conducting a bloat. And there are multiple ways to do that. I won't get into that because I could talk about this for a while. The next step would be to invoke the entity that you are intending to give a gift to. So you call your ancestor, you call the god or goddess, and then you give them a gift. That can be a physical good, you know, it could be cookies, it could be produce from your garden. A lot of times in AFA bloats, it will be a horn of mead that's been charged with intent from the folk. You give that to them, and then you humbly and piously ask them to continue the gift cycle with you if you're worthy. I never like to say that you ask them for blessings or for anything specific, because we are their lessers, and we are the beneficiaries of the gift cycle. The gods started it, and everything we give to them is from what they gave to us. You know, you cannot give Frey a tomato that he didn't have something to do with, or a great deal to do with, really. Same thing with any of our gods and goddesses. Everything that we can think of, even our intent, comes from our lives, which we owe to them, from our world, which we owe to them. And then sharing the blessings with the folk who are present. If that's just you, it's basically done already. If it's your family, you know, sometimes our Gothar will, you know, asperge or sprinkle mead from a blessing horn, separate from the gifting horn that we give to the gods. There's a lot of different mechanical ways to do it, but understanding that it's a gift exchange and that we are returning essentially gifts that the gods gave to us initially, in the hopes that they find us worthy to continue to give gifts to, is the point of what we do that for.
All right. So a question that apparently I skipped. I apologize. I didn't mean to skip it, certainly. I was wondering if anyone had any experience or knowledge of children drawing runes before they knew anything about them. Also, drawing or making models / game characters of the Allfather. Cliff, do you have any thoughts in that regard, or any experience to share on that?
It sounds like a multiple pronged kind of question. I mean, as far as like the last part of it, as far as games and avatars, there's all sorts of stuff in the pop culture that references our divinities, sometimes partially respectfully, other times completely disrespectfully. Don't know if that's the intended question, but that's what I get from it when I hear games and avatars. I'm, you know, wondering if you're talking about like Assassin's Creed Ragnarok, or if you're talking about Talos or something like that. If not, then, you know, I don't know of anyone that has specifically made like a properly pious Asatru video game or anything like that. There are Viking video games, but that's not the same thing. As far as what was the other part of the question? Like drawings or cartoons or something like that?
Yeah, he was saying, do you like kids that will draw runes?
Oh, yeah.
Without knowing about it, or without any previous exposure to runes?
I mean, I don't have any personal experience with that in as much as me seeing it as, you know, something supernatural or spooky. I think that a lot of our runes are naturally occurring. You know, when I first joined the AFA, I was talking to a fella named Brad who knew a lot of things that I didn't, and he was telling me about how, you know, everywhere he goes, he sees the runes, because if you look at architecture, if you look at, you know, the wood framing in houses, you can start to see algaes, and you can start to see Gabo, because I mean, sometimes they're geometrical symbols. They're going to be there just because. And I think that that can come out in, you know, children's art too. I mean, if they draw a line, is it an Isa? I don't know. It's too simple. Like, and I don't mean to diminish the question. I just, you know, I think that it's better for us to teach our children about the runes, and to teach them the intent of the runes, to teach them what has been handed down to us from our ancestors and the gods about the runes. I don't doubt that they can discover some of that on their own, but I don't see why we would not give them the advantage of the knowledge that we have.
Yeah, I think the meat and taters here is, you know, and do we have experience with children having an inherent knowledge of some of our lore from blood memory or from inspiration from the gods without being taught by people? Sure, I'm open to that possibility. What I think is, especially in the case of the runes, what I think is the most likely is that our brains draw patterns. Once you know about the runes and you've internalized the runes are everywhere, because our runes are a relatively simple collection of straight lines that if I took a box of matches and tossed them up in the air, runes would appear on the ground. If I look hard enough, of course I could see them, because they're straight lines connected by other straight lines. They're everywhere. What I think is meaningful and cool is it's not just the brain applying patterns to things, but it's applying patterns with meanings that you are familiar with into things. Once you are familiar with the runes, then you're viewing your life with key touchstones that define us as a folk in how we interpret information, in how we understand the mysteries of existence. And you are reminded of those, or you see those in things around you on occasion. And when they are most meaningful to you, you can recognize them and apply them. And I think that's awesome. There's nothing wrong or not good about that. That's great. What's important to realize, a rune is not the collection of straight lines. That is the sigil that represents the rune. The rune is the mystery that it represents. And that has undoubtedly taken different shapes over time. But the fact that you see architecture and the support struts remind you or make you aware of our folk reaching up to our gods, or of the elk that is algaes, that's awesome. Or that you see Gabo in, you know, structural supports, you being reminded of the give and take of the gift cycle, and to be a good host, and to be a good guest, and to exchange regularly, to build relationships. That's amazing. But it's important to recognize that's not necessarily miraculous. It comes from you being familiar with those things and utilizing them. But our runic structures are fairly common in the sense that they're simple line drawings, so they appear in a lot of different forms in different contexts throughout the world. And so I wouldn't necessarily ascribe some kind of special meaning to that when children do it, other than, hey, look, do you know what you just made there? You just made Berkano. Here's what Bricano means. Use that as a learning opportunity to teach your children. That's what I would suggest on that. Matt and Cliff, how is runic Galder practiced? Is it just meditating on a particular rune? I'm new to it and I want to learn how to actually do it. Cliff, do you have words of wisdom on runic Galder for the Wolf Throne?
I have words, at least. It's kind of, that was kind of meant to be punny. No, Galdering is not just meditating on the runes. It's really important that you're vocalizing them. You know, Galder is often described as a runic chanting. And I like to encourage people when I Galder with them to give the Galder their own personality, or to let the Galder take them where they're going to go with it. A lot of times we will fall in the habit when Galdering as a group, when we're in bloat, of everyone Galdering at the same pace, on the same pitches. And I think that it really works best when people don't do that, when each person is individually Galdering the rune or runes. It doesn't have to be one. You can Galder a series of runes. Depends on your intent, and that should be thought through before you do it. But that they allow their pitch and their rhythm to go where the meditation sort of leads them, so that if it's a group, that all forms melody together, and hopefully can reveal something a bit greater than it would if everyone were just, you know, doing it like it's a Gregorian chant or something like that. As far as doing it on your own, it's a type of meditation or a meditative practice, but the reflection on the sound of the rune, the sound of the name of the rune, as opposed to like the phonetic sound of the rune, and, you know, in your mind's eye, the shape of the sigil of the rune, like Matt described it, and the deeper meaning of the rune is all important, and the vocalized Galdering can help you get there or explore that. And that's why I want, when I'm leading a bloat and I employ Galder, I like for people to be open about it and just let it go where it's going to go, rather than feel like they have to copy everybody or stay in lockstep with it, because I think that we all get more out of it that way. And the same when you are, you know, practicing Galder privately. It's easy to use your, you know, comfortable vocal range, or to always be loud or always be quiet. It's I think more effective to move around in your vocal range and in your volume, and in how long you, you know, take to vocalize the rune, and to really let it flow. I mean, it's supposed to be a type of singing, so it can't be all drums, right?
So there are a lot of right ways to do it. There's a difference between group Galder and individual Galder. So Cliff is of the mind that the best thing to do is everybody individually do it in a group and see where that takes you. There are times where that is completely appropriate and where that yields a certain type of result. There are other times where the harmony yields a result. But what I want to say, as probably certainly the person I've heard in the AFA that is most vocal about them liking the harmony. And I always like the harmony. That's my point. That's what I go for when I'm doing ritual, that's where I want to end up, is harmony. But I think that for folks that don't see that the way I do or don't express it the way I do, I don't ever want you to try to harmonize. What happens where I've found harmony is when it automatically merges and becomes harmonious. I think that's a really beautiful moment. In my own personal runic Galder, the zone I want to get to, and it is, so the original question, is it just a meditative practice? No, not at all. Is it meditative? It certainly can be. And just like Hindus use mantras in their meditation, I like to use Galder in mine. My mind doesn't just go still. That doesn't work. I can't meditate and just release all my thoughts. I have a million different things that will come to mind that are worth my attention, that need to be focused on. So what helps me to get to that place is through sound. In Galder work, there's a moment that I've found personally when I'm Galdering for a certain amount of time, and it's repetitive, and it's the same rune over and over and over again, the same intonations or the same series. Usually if I'm doing a series, it'll be 3 runes. A lot of people will have 1 rune they're focused on and just do that over and over. That's something I very often do. Sometimes I'll have a sequence that's a 3-rune sequence. I don't typically go beyond that. It's harder to focus on. And it's a dance that's more effective when you're just dancing than if you're trying to remember steps, if that makes sense. So when I Galder, there becomes a point where I'm doing it over and over and over. And at some point, my brain disengages. I'm no longer consciously directing my voice to make the noise. And at that moment, my consciousness bifurcates, like I am separate from the noise my mouth and body are making. And that's when I reach meditation. And that doesn't always happen. That's very hard to get. When I get there, that's how I know it works. And something similar happens when there's a group Galder, and all of a sudden we're united and it rises and falls in a similar way without us directing it. It just does. And that's a beautiful place to hit. I've also had group Galder to where that breaks off in a couple of different pieces and it's musical, and you have some people doing it one way, a different group of people doing it a different way that complement each other. And that's really neat. The only thing I'd say to avoid doing, first, follow the instructions of your Gothi. If he's going for a particular intent, go with that in mind, because again, there's good cause to do both. When left to your own devices, Galder to Galder, don't Galder to show off. Sometimes we'll do a group Galder, and one person needs to be louder and more obnoxious than everyone else so they can be a special snowflake. That's distracting when it happens. And I'm thinking of a handful of people in my mind. So anybody out here listening, if you think it's you, stop it. But it's probably not just you that I'm thinking of, because I know a number of people that do it. But there's a lot of right ways to do it. And in order to answer your question, the rune that I wanted folks to Galder when I did Yule Bloat at Odenshof this last weekend was Wunyo. Each rune has a vocal spot where you feel like your breath should be or your voice should come from. And that sounds hokey and whatever. There's some runes that you want coming from your diaphragm. There's some that feel better when they're projected from your chest. There's some that feel better when they're more nasally and higher up in. And I think that depends. A lot of that's feeling out for yourself. If you want to know how runic Galdr works, a simple one doing Wunjo goes like this. Kind of the minimum amount people seem to like to do is in threes, is, you know, at least three. It is intoning a rune. It is chanting it. That's the root of the term enchantment, is speaking those kind of magical things into existence. And a lot of emphasis is placed on the vowel sound. And that's kind of in our modern tradition, something people have always focused on, is taking time with the full vowel noise. And that's how I would do that. You want to, you know, typically it's done in one breath like that. So you exhale all of your air in the rune, and then you take a breath and you do it again. And that's repeated as many times as you want. I've done it for a certain number of times. I've certainly also done it for 10 minutes or 15 minutes or 20 minutes with a timer set so that I can do it. But that's how I do Rune Galdr. All right, Vril Mage 14. I have a question. If/when I win the lottery, would the AFA be interested in 10%? Absolutely, we would. And we would be able to keep the 10%. And if you gave it to us off the top, because we are a recognized charity and we don't owe the tax on that. So if you wanted to adjust your tax burden by giving us large percentages of things, we will gladly take them. Please send good Fehu energy my way if so. I'd love to single-handedly fund the next 5 Hoffs or more. We would love that too. Keep us in mind. That would be amazing. And in the meantime, we appreciate any contribution that you feel compelled to make. Next question. Is the person that you're talking about Mike Sagenario? He's the current leader of the Ermenfolk. Yes, that is the person I'm talking about. He's a very bad person. In a very serious way. These are factual things. He tried at one point to take over the AFA or to install himself in as the leader of the AFA in some way. I can't really speak to his motives, but he started this coup attempt thing, and he started laying out facts that were not facts and were humorous in retrospect, but very frustrating at the time. I was looking at our database while he was publicly just spouting off as if things were true, statistics and facts and numbers that I'm looking at in front of me that are not true. He's been very dishonest in his dealings. He has very either blatantly dishonest lies that he tells people, or he is mentally very far removed from reality in his accusations. And I think that both are probably true. I think that he is a dangerous person to associate with. I have not seen him be a person who acts with good moral character or with good intentions. He is a bad actor, whether he would admit to that or not. And I don't know always the motivation for it. I know that he regularly has people attend his gatherings that he absolutely hates, but it looks good for his numbers and it looks good for the sale of his products. So he invites them year after year, even though he claims to fundamentally disagree with everything they stand for and their core values. And I would be remiss in not also saying he has a very concerning criminal history that the nature and location of the offenses seem very, very not matching up with the proportionality of time served for those offenses. It really makes me feel very uneasy with him being involved in anything, and I would caution other people not to be involved with him. Now that he has been named, Cliff, do you have anything that you want to add or amend to what I said?
Nothing to amend. You know, I will let everyone do their own homework. Mike's nickname is the Bomb. Do some Googling.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I don't want to go out of my way and attack people. That's not something I want to do. But I do want to answer people honestly, and I do want to, you know, say things that I believe, and I don't think that's a good person to spend time around or to be involved with. Thoughts on Ouija boards, real or fake? Cliff?
I have seen them in Spencer's Gifts. They are real. Whether or not they are a conduit of any kind of supernatural or psychic power, I doubt it. I've never used one, so you know, I think it's probably more teenage girls pushing the needle where they want it to go and having a fun game of it. But you know, I've never used one, and I don't think that it's the best tool, even if it is actual. We have a lot better tools for divination and getting real communications and relationships through the gift cycle with our ancestors than you know, buying something from a store like that. It's a board game.
If it's a binary choice, real or fake, I say real. But I would say well north of 99% of the time, yeah, Cliff's absolutely right. It's BS. It's you know, teenage girls giggling and making it say whatever they want it to say. I think that, and I mentioned this earlier, so much of magic is about intent. Or I said so much, you know, whatever. Anything spiritual, anything that's not physical, and I even mean that emotionally or in any other communication, intent means a lot. If you have a context, if you are clearly trying to make contact with something external, if you have a focused intent, certainly that can be a means that something on the other side with a focused intent could reach out to you from. You know, one of my favorite sayings or quotes is, you know, the caution not to stare too long into the abyss because it might stare back at you. And that's a thing. When you reach out beyond the veil, you open up the possibility of forces beyond the veil reaching back to you. I think the Ouija board is one of a vast many mediums. Haha, I see what I did there. It wasn't on purpose, but it is a medium for that to occur. And Cliff's point is absolutely correct. There's a number of better ways. There's a number of less cheesy ways. But certainly, if that is your intent, when you sit down with your Ouija board with your friends and you invite stuff, if stuff happens to be listening and in a mind to, okay, cool, you open the door, I'm going to come through it, stuff happens. I'm watching the chat, and I appreciate Githya Anna and her comments. That's something that always bothered me too. She's referencing Ghost Adventures, where Zach Bagans will go try to provoke ghosts, and then the slightest time anything happens, he's like, ah, and he's terrified. I always found that funny. Random side note, I enjoy that show. There's a lot of things about it that I like, and I get teased about it.
So for argument's sake, Matt, do you think that the same arguments that you made about intent could be applied to a magic 8-ball?
So here's where I come with intent. There are quite a few people, even if they are, you know, teenage goth girls, that use a Ouija board with a very specific desire and intent to communicate with the beyond. I have never met somebody that genuinely thinks there's magic behind the magic 8-ball. If they did, then sure. And I think that's why we see so many. It's easy to look at it as silly when you see it in a very commercialized context like a Ouija board or a magic 8-ball. But if you look at it, most of our means of divination are extremely nebulous and seem kind of silly. The point comes in with the intent from our side and the intent from the other side. And it's like when the old lady, what is she, the witch in Robin Hood, what does she do? She like has some blood in a thing and she like spits in it and starts moving it around with her fingernail. Ah, the painted man, he haunts my dreams. And she does the little thing. There's all kind of like little scrying and horospecs, reading the entrails of animals or looking at the flight of birds or any other numerous seemingly off the wall things. Whereas if somebody at random did them as a party trick, it would be stupid. But a trained priestess of our gods in ancient times reading the entrails, we would ooh and ah, and it would be very meaningful because her intent is very, very focused. I suppose in the most theoretical possible way, but it would be really cheesy and really silly optics. Yeah, if you're super focused and you want to use the magical 8-ball, and there's a possibility something could happen with it, I suppose. How much credence I would give that, how meaningful that would be objectively when you say that to other people would depend a lot to me on the source. If Patricia Hall came to me out of the blue, hadn't talked to her in 7 years, and she said, Matt, I had to talk to you. I was consulting my magic 8-ball, and I think you need to know this. I would absolutely buy into it.
Yeah, but I don't think she would do that. I think that the intent is sort of revealed if you are, you know, only committed enough in that intent to call on Parker Brothers, you know, to provide the means for it. And in a more serious vein, I think that you know, a lot of times, like, you know, these like gift shop, you know, mass-produced rune sets are probably less effective than rune sets that, you know, maybe someone went out to a stream and picked the stones and carved them and, you know, formed a personal kind of intent with their rune set. Not that you cannot use a store-bought rune set to do actual divination. I just think that you know, Katie would speak a lot better on this than I would, and if Anna's in the chat there, she might be able to contribute some insight that's better than mine. But I think that you can charge these instruments just like you can charge a place or other religious instruments with intent and with power, and that the store-bought version probably requires more charging than the one that has been homegrown, so to speak. Not that like handcrafted is necessarily better. That's not what I'm getting at. I just mean that the least amount of effort went into going to the I don't know where you go buy toys anymore, but we'll say the KB toy store and buying the Ouija board off the shelf, or the Walmart. You can probably get them at Walmart. Than other, you know, I guess what people would consider more serious approaches.
Absolutely. And, you know, the thing that you said and that you're focusing on in there is intent. Yeah, if you focus your will through you crafting these things, through ritual, through blooding it with your own blood, through a tree that is from some meaningful place to you, you are much more focused in your intent. But something else that invokes chaos quite well often seems to be people who are emotionally unstable. The line between crazy and touched by the other world is very thin, and it overlaps quite a bit. And specifically your, you know, goth teenage girls doing stuff, I think a certain amount of angst and crazy and desperation in a time of emotional upheaval also has power to open things, but in an undirected way to where stuff can happen. So I do believe that's a thing, and I don't think it's always interacting with the gods or whatever. I think that sometimes it's interacting with the ancestors, other dead people that are not your ancestors, Landvatir, whatever might be going on in the area that you're in. There is the chance when you reach out that something reaches back. And I know that there are people that have a lot of belief when they do that with a Ouija board. So again, I'm not recommending that, but I'm not going to say that it never works.
Only has to work once to be a thing, right?
That's the thing. There you go. So, all right. Next question is from VrilMage14. Have you heard of Goddard and Elmer Jr. channel talking about shocking the position? Shocking the positron. Changing the future by envisioning it in a state between wakefulness and sleep. Do you do this? Cliff, do you know about shocking the positron?
I'm afraid I do not, but I will be Googling it, and then I will know more than I know now.
I have heard about different things as far as through visualization changing your reality. I think that focused intent towards a goal can sometimes have some sort of an effect. But what I also want to say on this, I hold my mind and my heart open to accept some of these things, some magical things having efficacy. And I know that they do. But that is so shockingly rare that if you want things in your life to change, if you want a girlfriend, staying up at night and visualizing you having a girlfriend may put you in the mindset that you are more open to the idea, or that you are, it may adjust you in a way that somehow helps you. It helps you a lot more if you get up and you go out and you go to where you want to find a girl and you start talking to girls. I've said this a million times. The most, whoever wants to be the most highfalutin, Alsa-True Vitke in the world, stand at one end of a football field, I'll stand at the other, and we will battle. You can cast spells at me while I run at you and start laying in blows on you. I will defeat you before your spell defeats me. That's just a thing. We all know that. If you want to, if you want to build a house, you're not going to sit back and chant it into existence. You're going to get a hammer and nails and build it, or you're going to hire someone who can do that. That's not to mean that I don't think that the esoteric can make differences. It can, but a lot of the differences it makes is empowering or helping material people do material things in the material world. That just works. Hey, I wonder what's in the mailbox. Maybe I can sit here and astral project and somehow divine what's in the mailbox, but I guarantee you I can do it faster and better by going down, going out to the mailbox, getting my mail and opening it. And I don't mean to make light of it. It's just that's so much more important. Hoping and wishing doesn't make stuff happen. Doing things makes something happen. And if you do things and you are also pious, and you also have built a relationship with your gods and ancestors and have built a mighty Hamenya, then your doing can be more effective than another person's doing. Your luck, things can break in your favor more than they would otherwise. But it's like, people sitting in mom's basement wishing for a girlfriend. Not a lot of girls in mom's basement to choose from. That doesn't really work that way. Going out. So, for example, there was somebody in the Rune Guild that once said they went to a Rune Guild moot, and there was this, room full of all these exalted rune maguses, and not one of them could conjure themselves up a girlfriend. Being a doer and living a life of noble action, of proactive doing, and of piety positions you much, much better for success than living an action of contemplation and of, casting spells. Your magical efficacy is the frosting that's put upon an amazing cake. You don't just have frosting, and you don't start with frosting. You start with getting the cake right. Once you have built an amazing cake recipe and you have an awesome cake, then sure, it can be enhanced by good frosting. But you're eating cake. You ask for a piece of cake. Nobody just serves you up a piece of frosting. There's not a perfect analogy to this, but it's real. That is the accent piece to a noble life. It's not in and of itself. It does not take the place of that. It never has, and it never will. But it is much, much easier. And it is a way to delude yourself into thinking that you are making an accomplishment without actually having to put skin in the game. And so it's dangerous in that regard, and I would be cautious of that.
Just for the record, I am gross, and I will eat just frosting.
You can get away with it because you are not morbidly obese, but there's a lot of morbidly obese people that would agree in that regard.
Not yet, anyway.
Speaking of, now I'm really hungry for some cake. Next question, Matt, can you Galder Fehu on stream to help me out? Sure, why not? No joke, I expect that 10% if the lottery comes through for you. What do you think of tarot cards? Yes, you can cross-apply anything I said to the Ouija board with the tarot cards, other than I think there's people who practice those much more seriously than the Ouija board. But I am not very familiar with the mechanics or exactly how tarot cards work. Cliff, do you have any specific thoughts on tarot cards?
Same themes as with the Ouija board and the Magic 8-Ball. I think if somebody were to, you know, hand sketch their set, I bet that one's going to be a lot more effective than, you know, the Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power edition, you know. I think we do have ladies in the AFA who are quite familiar with tarot and how it works. So I'm not sure who asked the question, but there are probably people that could give more insightful answers than Matt or I.
So one thing that tarot has in common with runes that's different than Ouija board or Magic 8-Ball. Magic 8-Ball, you know, whatever. Shoot, am I going to get an A on my test? Most likely. Like, it's a specific answer, and it doesn't leave a lot of room for the magician's wisdom to play into it. Just like if the Ouija board says something, it spells out a word. It either does or it doesn't. When you're looking at tarot cards or runes, and I'll default to runes because that's what I'm most familiar with, the rune pull by itself is meaningless. The context comes in how the Vitki interprets the runes and in what they add to it. It's not a yes or a no binary equation. Drawing a rune for any reason doesn't give you a yes or no answer. It is a complex art that the practitioner adds so much of their intuition, their hamenya, their wisdom into that add the value to it. So I think if somebody is doing a tarot card reading, it's very similar in that regard. It's not a yes or a no. It's a, hey, this is a principle. How does this apply within the context? And there's a lot more to be done with that.
I think, you know, I was talking about how like objects can be charged with an energy or an intent too. I think that the tradition behind tarot cards that may hold up for as well. I think that they've been treated more seriously for a longer period of time than Ouija boards have, for example. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, they're taken seriously. If you go into it thinking something silly, then you're going to have a much harder time getting something meaningful out of it. If you go into it with the expectation that, wow, this is sacred, or this is scary, or this is whatever that might be, you're much more susceptible to feeling something powerful from it.
So Githia Katie is here and actually knows some stuff about this. Maybe
sure.
I assume she came over on camera to provide some insight. What have you got?
He invited me, so it's his fault.
Okay.
I was gonna say, so there's clearly historical evidence that women have been used or have used tools for divination for a really long time, right? Our vulvas and our Seithgonas used to throw bones for the kings to give them wisdom and to answer their questions. Osteomancy or bone throwing is a super popular, like I'm particularly fond of that method of divination, if you will. Ouija boards are kind of like a toy. They can be a lot of fun. I do believe that if you have people who are actually practiced with like feminine lady magic and whatever, Ouija boards can be used as a tool. But I think for the most part, it's just a toy. It's fun. Tarot cards, I think, are more like a meditation. You're not really going to get answers to the universe or divination answers or things like that, but you will kind of, it's a self-reflection tool. You ask a question, you lay out the cards, you interpret the cards based on your own feelings about things. I know every card is supposed to have its own meaning and everything, but really it's how you put the meanings to the cards more than it is that the universe is telling you something. Anyways, I think it's more of like a self-reflection tool and a meditation than it is an actual like source of divination, if you will. It's just my 2 cents on that, though. I'm not a super huge fan of the tarot cards, though. Osteomancy, on the other hand, and I know Whit and Brandy is a big fan of cartomancy. So you want some answers about divination? Ask her about that. She could talk forever.
And for those not in the know, what is cartomancy?
It's kind of similar to tarot card reading, but it's using playing cards instead. I do not know almost anything about cartomancy, so I couldn't really tell you other than that.
All right. Thanks.
Bye.
So yeah, if you're interested in divination, reach out to our Githias. They know about this stuff. Some of our Gothies probably do too, but I know that I think all of our Githias are knowledgeable on this topic, whereas I know I am not, at least not for the questions that have been asked tonight.
My avatar is terrible. I just turned my thing on long enough to see it, and I'm shocked and offended by the face on it. Thank you, Katie, for sharing that with everybody. All right, what from the Wolf Throne, what are your thoughts on ghost hunters and paranormal enthusiasts like those ghost hunting shows on Netflix? Cliff, do you have thoughts on those?
No, I do not give them any thoughts. They're entertaining. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if they're real any more than like a game show is. I mean, they maybe. I don't know much about them. I don't really.
I give them some thoughts. I give Ghost Adventures with Zach Bagans probably the most of the thoughts, but largely because they entertain me. I believe in the concepts that ghosts exist, but I also know that those shows are highly, in general, I think that those shows are very often staged. I think that things are exaggerated. And in this day and age, it's so hard to take any of, you can fake anything now. And that's one of the things that is really unfortunate. Any of those kind of shows, you can use special effects to make anything you want happen. So it's really hard to put a lot of credence in those. I enjoy them. I mean, it's fun sometimes if it's a well-made show. Sometimes they're cool because they'll give you interesting history about a certain place or a certain, a certain subject. And yeah, I'll try to suspend my disbelief and enjoy them. And I think that undoubtedly some of them probably have something real to some of the things that they're saying at some point. It's just really hard to get anything meaningful out of them that and so it's hard to trust. I think they're really entertaining sometimes, but I can't
so I guess to do it with thought.
Go ahead.
I'm pretty skeptical in a lot of my answers, I think, on some of these things. And I just want to make it clear that I do believe in things like ghosts and in divination and in magic, and so on and so forth. But I think that a lot of the people that speak about these things the loudest, or who boast about their abilities, or who have commercialized them, are full of shit. And that's where I lose interest. I think that the people who can do these things tend to be guarded about it, because either it is spiritually and emotionally and physically draining for them to actually do these things, or because they just don't want everybody bothering them about it, like would happen. And if someone, I mean, not universally across the board, but generally speaking, if there's a whole lot of money being made on it, you're probably just looking at some kind of entertainment industry.
Yeah, I think, as Cliff said earlier in the show, they don't all have to be right. Just one of them has to for it to be a thing. It's thing. I think that absolutely in my experience, and this is hard because I don't know anyone who I take very seriously, but who has also become wildly media popular with these things. The people that are always running around, and every day is some kind of profound interaction with forces on the other side and with the paranormal. I don't typically believe those. The more casual they make the miraculous sound, the less I tend to put faith in what they're saying. On any paranormal stuff, you have the person that, I was abducted by aliens, and then a couple of years later I saw Bigfoot, and then is the damnedest thing, my house is haunted. Those people are probably most often just lying to you, and at best they're very mentally ill. But when all of those things happen all of the time, it says something about the way your brain is set up. The people that I know in my life that have experienced profound spiritual experience or experience with the ancestors in the form of ghosts, they most often are very uncomfortable talking about it. When they do talk about it, even if they're not uncomfortable, you can see the visceral reaction they have when recounting the experience. And they treat it with a certain amount of reverence to not cheapen it and to not make it silly, because it is such a defining moment for them in their person. And that's something that I've found a lot of truth in being involved in this sphere for as long as I have. We have a donation of $10 from Ryan Orion. Ryan Orion, I assume, but there's a typo here. That's fine. $10. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hail Fehu, hail the AFA. May the gods bless my lottery tickets. Cool. I hope that you do win the lottery, and I hope that you give us that 10%. That would be awesome.
Thank you, Ryan. You will know if they have blessed your tickets after the numbers are announced.
Yes, that would be very cool. And yeah, let's hope that works for you. And I appreciate the $10 either way. Thank you. Our next question. What do you think of people who claim to have psychic powers? Do you think any of them are real? Again, I think that realm of thing is possible. But once people actually start talking about it, I am much more skeptical about that than even the other, because it's so demonstrable. Having psychic powers doesn't rely on an external element to validate it. You know, if you're trying to do medium work, you're like, the spirits aren't listening to me today. I can't do it today. It's not my fault. The spirits just don't want to talk to me. Okay. You know, I'm trying to do the Horospex thing or whatever, but the entrails are unclear. It's unclear. There's counter signals going. Today's not a good day. I'll entreat the spirits at a different time. You can do that a lot with that. You could do that and be honest, or you could do that and be a charlatan. But if you put that to the test pretty easy. Hey, I know what mail's in my mailbox. Cool. Tell me what mail's in your mailbox. I'll go down there and check it right now. Well, I didn't mean today. I meant like in general sometimes. Oh, okay. Cool. I can see, I can remote view. Well, cool. I can test that immediately. And people have tried to do this many times, and there's not a lot of amazing examples of it working. Well, great. I'll go in the other room and I'll hold up some fingers and you tell me how many I'm holding up. Well, no, I can only do it at noon on a lunar, when the moon is at 3/4 crescent, and they come up with excuses. But if you have the power to remote view, then you can remote view, or you can't. If you can levitate, cool. Where you at? Let's come over. I'm right here. We'll levitate. Cool. How about no, come over here where I'm at and levitate. Well, you see, oh, okay. So those things are very easy to put to the test. I don't see them put to the test in a way that validates them ever. So I hold out belief that could be possible, but I have seen no reason to believe that those kind of psychic powers are possible. What say you, Cliff?
I think that almost anything is possible, but like a lot of the other things that we've talked about in this, general supernatural occult abilities realm, the people who actually can do this stuff, and I've known maybe one person, depending, that they don't try to they don't boast about it. It's like if you have a room full of men for whatever, the guy who's bragging about his claymore is probably not the toughest guy in the room. The guy who was a Navy SEAL probably doesn't tell you that, but it could kill you in 13 to 300 different ways. And that's about how it is, I think, with most skill sets. The person who's actually really good at something doesn't have anything to prove.
I have found that literally true. When I was bouncing in Anchorage, we had a number of guys who were like special forces guys that saw a lot that were in the bar because we were close to a base. We're close to Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson. We had a lot of guys that got deployed, and and no disrespect to it, but they didn't see a lot of action. They did a lot of mechanic work or other things in a relatively safe environment. We run into some of these guys, and the people that were getting in fights and being jerks and talking about how badass they were, those guys typically did not see a lot. The guys that didn't want any problem, that just wanted to leave, finish their drink, and go home, when pressed and we find out about those guys seeing some stuff. And we had guys in the military that worked on our staff that were able to back, no, that guy over there, let me tell you about him. Most unassuming, polite. He doesn't want there to be a problem. He's just, hey, let me pay for my stuff and go home. Yeah, I've seen that to be true time and time again. What are your thoughts on Ron McVan's Wotanist brand of astrology in the book Creed of Iron? Do you think it is valid, and does astrology have a place in Asatru? So, I have never found anything meaningful out of astrology ever. There are people that I think are complete lunatics that think it's the best thing in the world and the most meaningful thing ever. There are some people who I respect as professionals in their field that think it's very important. And it's one of those, it has been around and a meaningful part of a number of branches of Aryan civilization for a very, very long time. It lends me to think that in the right context, or if a person has the right wisdom to make some sense of it, that there might be something there. I have never found it to be meaningful. I don't know enough about it to find the useful part of it. What has always confounded me is free will exists. It just does. Any pretending that any suggestion, be it of a completely fatalistic understanding that all of our, decisions are preordained, it's just not true. It's very demonstrably not true. You can come up with the most convoluted situation to suggest that it's true, but free will is essential to human existence. Making choices, we make choices every second of every day that we're awake and conscious. Those are not all dictated by movement of planets or any other external force. One of the most sacred principles of Asatru is that of will. Will matters. Our intention, the manifestation of our will, matters. Our personal autonomy to choose to engage in a gift cycle with our gods, our ancestors, our brothers and sisters matters. Our choices, our actions matter because they come from a place of choice. The way that astrology has very commonly been explained to me negates that, and I don't find that valuable. But there has to be something to it somewhere, and I don't mean to disparage the whole field, because I will be the first to admit I know very, very little about it, but it has always seemed rather off-putting to me. And I've known a lot of people that are not mentally well that think it's the best thing in the world. As to Ron McVan's version of it, I think trying to take something that has a clear Western expression and rework it and slap a Viking coat of paint on it, I don't find there to be a lot of value with that, and I don't find that to be particularly authentic. Cliff, what are your thoughts?
Generally speaking about astrology, I think that it probably has some minor value, but that I think that it primarily lost its way when it diverged from astronomy. I think in ancient times before astrology and astronomy split, that using the stars and the planets as a calendar and as a way to predict different types of events and all of that probably had a lot more legitimacy, and that the parts of it that were valid evolved into astronomy as we know it today. Timekeeping, seasonal rotations, even seasons within the solar system or within the galaxy, things like that in the scientific sense are true, that could affect us in some ways. But as far as other parts of it that people focus on today, the parts that basically astronomy abandoned, I don't know that those have a whole lot of validity, with the exception that there's probably something of worth still left there, just that I think it's lost its way and its original intent. As far as Ron McVan's version of it, I'm frankly not familiar.
So I'm trying to Google something for the next question here. All right. Okay, it's not the next question, but it is an upcoming question. All right, so the next question: will Stephen McNallen's recent interviews with Full House and Folk FM Radio be uploaded to the House True Folk Assembly channel? I don't know. I'm not sure if the sources of those would like them uploaded to the House True Folk Assembly channel, especially the Folk FM one. And I'm not sure if Steve would like those uploaded to our channel, but I'm certainly open to it. And this is the question I was getting at. So, Matt, Cliff, what are your thoughts and opinions on Julius Evola's introduction to magic? Cliff, what are your thoughts and opinions?
Sorry, I had to flip around to unmute myself there. My thoughts and opinions are that I haven't read it, but that it is a book that I would like to one day read, but I can't really give any additional insight into something that I haven't read.
So you have afforded me enough time to look at the table of contents, because I was going to talk about one of the authors, but those of you not familiar, there's a 3-volume set that Julius Evola and the group of magical initiates he was part of in the 1920s, the Group, put together this 3-volume introduction to magic set. And they all have magical pseudonyms for whatever reason, but this is a long-standing magical practice. People will take their magical name, and so every member of this group wrote under an assumed name. So I wanted to look at it because there's not one monolithic opinion of the 3 works, because it is, it's like 100 different essays by, 10, 15 different people. Some things in there I found completely and totally worthless. Some things in there I thought were really good and useful. Some things in there I've used in my own life and found beneficial. The guy in there with the it goes by Abraxas, and in the later volumes, Abraxa. I don't know if that's a translation issue. His stuff's good. I found his stuff to be probably the most accessible in the book. There was a couple of, and when I say the stuff that is worthless to me, please take that the way I mean it. A lot of deeper things to me didn't have a value up front because I lacked context and understanding. When I matured and learned more and came back to them later, I thought there was a lot of brilliant things in there that I'd missed the first time. The Secret of the Runes by Von List, I thought was nonsense when I first read it. Going back and reading it, probably 10 years after the first time I attempted to read it, there was a lot of wisdom in there that I just didn't have the context to understand the first time I read it. Julius Evola. I love Evola. I've read everything from Evola that's been translated into English, and I thoroughly enjoy reading Evola. But my first attempt reading Evola, I went from zero to I tried to read Ride the Tiger. And I didn't understand his way of speaking. I didn't understand his points of reference. So I couldn't finish the book all the way through because it was just like, I didn't get it. What's the deal with this? This is crap. Going back later and understanding those things, I really enjoy it, and I got a lot out of the book. So I'm not disparaging it. Many of these articles may be profound. I just don't necessarily have the context for them at this point. All that to say this, and I forget what the titles were. The magic of the symbol, I think, is really important. There's a lot to that. Anything in there about sigil magic. There was a practice in there they talked about, and I couldn't remember the name of the article, but it's about work involving the mirror. And I believe it's an Abraxas article that was really valuable to me. And I've had some really profound experiences doing work with the mirror that way. And there was another article, and I couldn't remember who wrote it. But it was a couple things. I don't know if this is the same article or not, but if not, they were in the same volume. One was about visualizing certain things when you went to bed between awake and sleep, and visualizing the idea of your conscious self giving way and going to rest while your unconscious self comes into prominence and takes his seat on a throne, being active as you go to sleep, and imagining, visualizing that part of yourself that is active during the dream state and during your restive part. Separating those two parts of yourself and trying to make them function independently was useful to me, and I tried that a little bit, some work with that. There was another exercise which involved conceiving of yourself outside yourself. So having your true self look at the ceiling and focus on it and project outside of your body, outside of yourself, and then rolling over and doing different things, yet still maintaining your very clear view of the ceiling. And it sounds hokey, and it's not like the most meaningful thing in the world to me, but projecting the idea of myself as existing in front of my eyes, in front of what would be referred to as the third eye, I got to experience something strange in a meditation while doing that sticks with me to today, that did a little bit of separating my sense of self from just being confined into the material element of my body. And all this sounds ridiculous when I'm talking about it, and I don't do it much justice articulating it, but they were things that I did pick up through Introduction to Magic, and I think more heavily in volume 1 than the other 2 volumes. But I mean, I thought they were useful. I certainly bought the third one as soon as it came out in translation just a couple of years ago. So yeah, I think that's definitely something really neat to look into. What else do we got? Next question is, are Suna and Mani just the sun and the moon personified, or are they real deities? And if so, is it beneficial to pray and make offerings to them? Cliff, do you have thoughts on this?
Sure. No, they are not simply the sun and the moon personified. And it is beneficial to make offerings to them. Even in the stories that we have in the lore, they're not described simply as the celestial bodies of the sun and the moon. I think Witten Svan has categorized them for us as celestial wardens. And, you know, it's like Thor is not simply thunder, right? It's important to recognize that when our ancestors are telling the stories in our oral traditions that were eventually written down, that they are describing their interaction with the divine. They're describing their understanding of the divine in terms that that can be understood, but they are, I don't believe, anthropomorphizing the natural world. The gods and goddesses and celestial wardens in this case are real entities that exist and can exert influence in the world, separate from the natural phenomenon that we may associate with them.
Yeah, I think that is a complicated question. Years back, I very much did think that Suna and Mani were just personifications of the sun and the moon. And I think you find in the Eddas characters that are clever plays on words or poetic devices. But the more we try to practice this faith piously, the more the details like that matter. I have not had any personal interaction that I have felt with Suna or Mani. There are gods of the Aesir that are most beneficial to interact with, and that's why we have the list that we do. But over time, I agree with Cliff that they are actual deities and entities. And secondly, what we want to make real sure that we do is that we treat all of these people as if they were to err on the side of piety. unless you know for a fact that one is not, then the default position should be, yes, they are, and we're going to piously interact with them. Now, the Aesir gods are, our folks' relationship with them is much more well established, much more fleshed out, and the gift cycling and interaction is much more straightforward. But yes, to open our minds and our hearts to the divine, we should absolutely treat these deities and others that we come across, if we have a question about their legitimacy, we should err on the side of giving them due deference, due respect, and where appropriate, due worship, because that's the path of piety. I would rather something turn out not to be the right understanding of a deity, but we still gave worship and expressed piety, than for it to turn out that one of our holy gods was not receiving worship from us because we intellectualized them out of existence in our mind and in our lives. But I absolutely understand the question, and a number of years ago I felt differently about it than I do today. That said, Cliff, do you have any thoughts you would like to leave folks with tonight?
Can I get rid of this?
Yeah, it is Yuletide. Do your best to be with your family, to be with your folk. If you have a kindred, if you haven't already gotten together with them, do that. Make sure that you are available to people who may need you more than you know it. Because as an Asatruer, you are a beacon to the folk, just like our folk builders are. And Alshir Gothi Matt shared with our Gothar in the lead up to Yuletide to remember that is, as joyous a time that this Yuletide season is for so many of our folk, it's also, a very lonely and sad time for others. And we should bring our folk in, bring them to our meals, bring them to our hearths, make sure that they know that we care about them, that we want them to stand shoulder to shoulder with us, and that they matter.
Yeah, for everybody out there, make the time to get the most out of Yule. Celebrate, spend time with people, incorporate our gods into the lives of you and your families, spend time with your families, and challenge yourself for the next 11 days. Spend time away from the keyboard and away from intellectualizing and in doing and just celebrating. Don't contemplate the philosophical basis of our worship. Just go worship the gods. Just exchange a gift. Just share. Just be in the moment with your family, with your gods, with your folk, and see what happens, and let yourself get caught up in the moment. Experience Yule together with people. It sounds so very fundamentally simple, but in 2023, it in and of itself is a revolutionary concept to some people. Be in the moment and get the most out of this Yule. I wish that for all of you. But yeah, I hope everybody has an amazing Yuletide. I will talk to, I'm sure I'll talk to plenty of you between now and then, but if not, I will definitely see you next week, which will still be in our 12 days of Yule, and I look forward to that. Yeah, I wish you guys all a happy and fulfilling and warm, amazing Yule. So until next time, hi, Owen. Until next time, hail the gods, hail the folk, hail the AFA, and remember that victory never sleeps.
Good night, everybody. He's up way late.
Good night, guys.